Right. Woo.
Oh,
tech,
okay, there it goes.
tech issues on my side. I apologize for everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Um, Thank you, creatives, community, and kind folks. Again, welcome to RPG with DBJ. I'm your host, DBJ. It's always tech issues. I think maybe just because I think something was reset on my end, so I had to reset it. So thank you very much for being here. I do have a special guest. All of you know that I do my live streams. I talk all about our tabletop role playing games, but I have here a writer, and we're going to take a look at um, uh, another method of storytelling other than the hero's journey, and then relate it to our role-playing journey. But we need to know what it is first. So, sir, please introduce yourself, and then let's.
Yeah, no worries. My name is Douglas Burton, and I came into all of this from the writing side, like DBJ had said. And I was writing a historical fiction novel, which came out in 2020. And while I was writing it, I used the hero's journey. I grew up on the hero's journey. I mean, all of us know about it. We've studied it, and we love the hero's journey. However, while I was writing my historical fiction novel, which featured a Byzantine empress, the hero's journey wasn't working. So I was having some serious structural problems. So I decided, I was like, well, what's the more female version of the hero's journey? You know, because I've heard that the hero's journey is like male centric. And when I looked and I found all these other things, but none of them really gave me the nice, compact, concise, architecturally sound, archetypally sound format for the hero's journey, which works so well for heroines. So I watched all these movies, rewatched a bunch of them. I started reading books, classics that featured a heroine as the lead. And I did find a pattern, and I started writing them down, and I made my notes to help me write the book. And I came up with the Heroine's Labyrinth, which is a series of archetypal designs that should be instantly understandable and relatable, that when strung together form a narrative arc, like a growth arc for a lead character. And although I've named it after the heroine, obviously men can go into the hero's labyrinth. And me and DBJ were actually talking about this earlier. There's several male characters that follow this model as well. I do think in terms of role playing, it has a lot of utility because they're archetypal designs. They come kind of pre-packaged with conflict and scenarios that will work very well for a role-playing adventure. So I can't claim the same level of expertise as DBJ in role-playing. I am a mere novice, but I have role-played. I love role-playing, and I actually credit role-playing with helping me become a better writer. So, role-playing is a kind of fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants situation. There's a lot of improv and off the cuff thinking, so it's very useful.
Yeah, and it seems that a lot of individuals that like to be in the media, whether it's music or acting, fall into the category improv, kind of fall into role playing because I think it's both a test of skill and scratches the itch of wanting to portray a different character, to live in someone else's shoes, and kind of do it seat of the pants, and then have fun with it. You know, play a game and be social at the same time. So I think role playing
100%.
games, yeah, I think it scratches the itch of a lot of performers, and it seems to be a natural, whether they're comedians or actors or voice actors, as we already know. Like Critical Role is full of individuals that are, by their very nature, part of that industry, and it's pretty interesting to see how individuals in that industry really gravitate to role playing when role playing games and Dungeons and Dragons, especially, lost the satanic panic, the
Totally.
geekiness of it, like, kind of went away, and then the cool kids were like, we're embracing it, and I think it's really fun.
Yeah, it is funny. When I was a kid, so I grew up in the 80s, and the satanic panic was definitely a big thing there. And it's weird how we slowly came out of it, and then suddenly, like, I started to settle down. I got married, and like suddenly role playing and geek like lifestyle became like cool, and everyone was in it. And I was like, man, none of this was around when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
We wandered the earth in secret.
yep. And it kind of it's strange because role playing games, the role playing itself allows us to both socialize but not be ourselves.
Oh,
So,
totally.
and role playing games was a became like a gravity for outsiders, geeky folks. The cast decides, and although our hobby now is incorporating the cool kids, it still allows people who maybe are socially awkward and whatnot to still be social, but you get to be somebody else a little for a
Well,
while, you
you,
know.
you get
And go ahead.
no, no. I mean, I didn't. I was cutting you off. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. So, and I see event people are actually finding, hey, Keith and everyone else in the stream. Glad you're here, everyone. Yes, we're going to get into the what I'd like you to do. I'm going to expand the heroine's labyrinth on the side and have you take us around the spiral, if you don't mind, um,
Sure.
and just explain some of the steps that the heroine is going through, and of course, as he's mentioned, while many female characters go on this journey, it's not specifically genderfied, if that
It
makes
is
sense.
absolutely transcendent of gender. However, since I studied heroines, I'm naming it after them. The hero has the journey, so the heroine's going to get the labyrinth. But some things, may feel unique to women at times. But um, like any archetype, once you break it down to its fundamental components, you can see that there's a universality to almost all archetypes. That all you need to be is human to understand it. And in science fiction, sometimes you don't even have to be human. So,
Okay.
and there's actually some great science fiction stories that follow the heroine's labyrinth pretty close. I'm a big fan of aliens. So Ripley is one of my favorite heroines. Obviously, Sarah Connor is another one. Blade Runner features some of these things. So, and fantasy role playing. Obviously, this is going to be a beautiful thing. Heroes' journeys work great for fantasy because there tends to be a lot of traveling, out away from the native culture. So I guess I'll start there, where one of the fundamental distinction between the hero's journey and the heroine's labyrinth is the hero's journey really features an individual from their native culture who is called away. They are not only called away, they leave their native culture and they go into a very exotic location. And a lot of the mystery and conflict comes from a lot of times an exotic foreign or unknown culture, and wilderness survivalism is a part of that. Wild animals or beasts or aliens. So you're confronted with things that you would not be confronted with at home.
Yeah.
The heroine's labyrinth, the fundamental distinction is that a lot of heroines do not leave their native culture. So the drama takes place at home within the native culture. So this is a journey deep into the native culture, and a lot of the conflicts and elements there come from illusions, lies, deceptions, cultural hypocrisies or flaws in tradition, things where the native culture may not be working properly. The individual who is starting this story will start in the native culture and experience these things and become stronger as they move deeper into the labyrinth. So that one thing alone is what I would regard as a fundamental distinction from the hero's journey. Even stories like The Wizard of Oz, where you think Dorothy travels to Oz, it's a motif for her home culture. All the characters in The Wizard of Oz are her uncles and the salesmen. It's her native culture reimagined. The same is true of like Alice in Wonderland. Like she's right in her backyard of tumbling down the rabbit hole. So even in scenarios where you have heroines in these exotic locations, a lot of times these exotic locations are close to home. Even Outlander, she goes back to 18th century Scotland, but it's right out her door that this happens. So it's just interesting to see these labyrinths kind of manifest themselves in stories like that.
And I to give away a little bit, I'm wearing my Black Panther T-shirt. It's actually the cover of the second issue of Black Panther. This shirt was given to me by one of my
Awesome.
friends, and it dawned on me that characters like Black Panther, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Namor's behind me somewhere, and so was Aquaman. But anyway, they characters, Thor, even some of these characters come from a foreign land, and primarily they come from an alien world, a place on Earth, but it's been hidden away. But then they come back home, and the character Black Panther, primarily a lot of his stories were told at home, and then he would go out and join the Avengers and go on an adventure, and then he'd come back home. And I realized that many heroes that go on their journeys return home to a labyrinth. And
Yes.
it made me think of this, comic book character, Black Panther. And it also made me think about returnees from war. Many times this kind of story, especially in dramas, where you do have a character who leaves home, young people that go to college, or someone passed away in their family and they have to travel far. They have to go on a journey to find who they are. But then other times, when that hero comes back from war, they find out that the rules have changed at home. What they thought was normal or what they would return to isn't there anymore. Or maybe they see a difference that others don't. And you see it a lot of times with soldiers that come back from war. And there are actually a lot of Western stories, cowboy, Wild West stories that are either ranging out and going on an adventure to find a place to settle, or they come back home, or they've created a home and then things are different. You've got robber barons, and things like that. And then the story happens internally rather than externally. So let's start to go around this. Let's take us on this journey.
Yeah, that's very intuitive, by the way.
Thank you.
I do have a book that's going to be called The Heroine's Labyrinth that will come out next year. And at the end of that book, I have an entire section where I discuss that the superhero genre is an unlikely perfect fit for the heroes or for the Heroine's Labyrinth, with this caveat: origin stories tend to follow the hero's journey very strongly, where the hero goes or the heroine leaves home and like you just said, undergoes some sort of transformative experience and then returns, there and back again. However, because you're sustaining a comic book run or in TV, like a streaming series or a mini series, to sustain that, the conflict starts to resettle here at home. Like you think of even Batman, he's in his native culture. The labyrinth is Gotham City, and the villain is a homegrown villain, which is the next archetype on the thing, the masked Minotaur.
Yep.
So another fundamental distinction, and I'll answer the End King real quick.
Yeah.
Another brilliant question. Yes. Another genre is horror. As you go through this, you'll see that the horror genre, how many horror films feature a female, a heroine, and how many of the battles take place right at home, if not inside her house, and feature a masked Minotaur type of. A lot of these villains wear masks, from Scream to Michael Myers to Jason. I mean, the list goes on and on. The horror genre almost is a perfect fit. It's actually the Heroine's Labyrinth stripped of some of its nuance and then on steroids in certain other areas that are like the masked Minotaur or home as battleground. So great question, because you're exactly right. Yeah. This is another distinction between the hero's journey and the Heroine's Labyrinth. Okay, yeah, there's the question.
There's a question. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, perfect. The horror films actually, and you'll see as we go through that by the time we get done with this, you'll see the horror genre is a wonderful match. Horror does not match the hero's journey very well at all. I just watched Barbarian, brand new movie that came out. She finds a labyrinth under the home. Heroines do this all the time. And then there's a masked Minotaur at the end in the center of the labyrinth.
And I will say this also fits very much into detective procedural noirs, in the sense of like, oftentimes the labyrinth is the dark, seedy city, and the hero is often they have some kind of vice. they drink a little bit too much. Maybe they've seen too much. They've seen too many serial killers, and they refuse to ever go back into this thing. And then all of a sudden, they realize maybe the police department's corrupt or something like. And then it's more insular, and they realize the rules have changed. The city has changed. The crime is different. The people that they can trust, they can no longer trust, and things like that.
Totally.
So, okay, so here we have the Labyrinth, and how would you describe the Labyrinth? We kind of talked about it, but
Sure. Well, the Labyrinth, I would say there is some other things that are worth mentioning.
okay,
It is a homage or a fantasia or an imagined native culture, either a real one like New York City or an invented one like in Blade Runner. But it is the world that the hero or heroine occupies.
Mhm.
And what makes it a labyrinth is there is a certain game-like quality to the labyrinth, meaning there are strict rules to follow, what you can and can't do, usually cultural norms. Gender roles for heroines is a big one, like boxing them into these rules.
Okay.
So there is a certain conformity that's expected of the heroine or hero in the labyrinth. So I always think of it as a woman on a game board. You know, there's a way you can win and a way you can lose. And you'll see this a lot of times in older literature. The social rules are almost like stifling to the hero or heroine. So, but it's usually a dangerous place. It's a place that the hero or heroine must pass through cautiously. Villains are nearby them. They are not out there and far away. They're nearby. Superman is another great example of a hero, comic book hero, where Metropolis becomes the labyrinth for him. And the villains are homegrown, hidden or disguised villains. So I would say the labyrinth is a system of rules, a system of norms and expectations that box in your lead character or your role player, what you can and can't do. Which the second you tell anybody, whether it's a character in a book or a role player, you can't do this thing, they're going to try to do that thing. So that creates its own natural tension. And that is very distinct and different from a hero on the journey who might be dealing with more of a survival situation rather than worrying about cultural rules or social issues that are boxing them in. So that's a very distinct issue. And some great stories. It's great world building to build out that labyrinth, especially for science fiction.
Yeah. Oh yes, absolutely. We'll get into the science fiction portion of it, but yes, and sometimes this is a writing literary mistake in the terms of world building. Sometimes we're not told the rules,
Right.
And I think in a more of a modern context, the labyrinth is we know what our modern life is like, and then our heroine, our protagonist, sees a difference in it.
Yes.
And then we follow them through their eyes, like, oh, I see the rules are different here. Maybe there are other characters involved where maybe there's a panic in their eyes, there's a threat, or things. There's more dangers that lurk around corners and elicit something kind of primal inside of us. I think with science fiction, you have to set the stage first. Like, what are the rules of this scientific world, and then turn the protagonist learns that the rules have been turned aside.
And sometimes, especially with heroines, the native culture isn't looking to them for heroic action. They're ignored, dismissed. Even Ripley in Aliens, no one's looking to Ripley. They have colonial marines there. They've got this under control. However, the heroine begins to see the solution, and some of the roles she's been given does not fit anymore. She needs to take the leadership role, and by the end of the movie, she's calling the shots, and people are gladly listening to her. And in fact, Aliens has a great labyrinth motif. If you watch the end of Aliens, Newt, who we'll get into in a little bit, leads all those Marines through a labyrinth of ventilation shafts. She's like, this way, no, this way. She's leading them out of the labyrinth to safety.
Yeah.
So it's very heroine driven in Aliens, but that's an example of a labyrinth. And in Science fiction, especially, you'll see a lot of labyrinth-like imagery. Even the Matrix with Trinity, she's running, she's on intersections, and there's hallways and apartment buildings and stairwells that zigzag. So there's usually some kind of labyrinthine imagery in movies. So if you're role playing, that's easy to do. That's fun to do, actually. I don't know how you play, but sometimes I'll pull up pictures.
Oh yeah.
Of like, this is the hallway you see, or this is the, this is the room, whatever. You could definitely build out a big labyrinth for your world building, and that's fun, and it creates instant tension.
Absolutely. So you have in your Act 1, we have the Master Minotaur, claims the sacred fire, and then the captivity bargain.
Yes.
Could you go into that?
Yeah. So the Master Minotaur is part of your world building. This is now not every story has a single villain, but a lot of them do. And I tend to like the ones that have a villain. But the Master Minotaur is distinctive from the villain of the hero's journey. And I actually give them two completely different archetypal descriptions. For the hero's journey, I call it the distant dragon. And the distant dragon is almost always a culture destroyer, a militant outsider with the capacity to destroy your culture. They have a lot of them have a flame, like the dragon breathes fire to annihilate the medieval city. The Death Star has a green laser to blow up a planet. Even in Star Trek 2, the Genesis torpedo, it can come. Khan gets a hold of this thing. He could shoot it at a planet and annihilate it. So a militant culture destroyer is not what heroines are facing, or people, or any hero or heroine dealing in the labyrinth of their native culture. The Masked Minotaur is a homegrown villain, and they have a very distinct aspect. Just like the Minotaur of Minos, the Minotaur is half man, half beast. So they have a almost benevolent outer side, usually a social apex character, in fact, someone of esteem or prestige or authority, somebody that is socially acceptable in the native culture on the outside. That is the man half. But then they have an oppressive, tyrannical animal side as well. They have both. And the problem that the heroine will almost always face is when she points to the Minotaur and says, this guy's a villain, the native culture doesn't see that. They see the social apex veneer that is very hard to defeat. She sees the tyrannical other side. So the Masked Minotaur is a very distinctive type of villain in the Heroine's Labyrinth story, a duplicitous character, half benevolent, half tyrannical. And that's the style. In Aliens, Burke is the Masked Minotaur. He's a member of the native cult. So Ripley pulls double duty. She has to go out and slay the distant dragon, the queen alien. But then there's a member of the native culture sitting there who's duplicitous, half nice and helpful and a company guy, but also tyrannical. He's willing to murder people in order to get these aliens back to Earth, which is a bad idea by itself. So anyway, even in Terminator, the Terminator comes in disguised. He looks like a man. Underneath is the beast half. He's a machine. He's a Terminator. He's an assassin killer. So you see this type of villain come in a lot of the Heroine's Labyrinth stories.
Okay. Let's go into the Sacred Flame.
So the Sacred Fire is a very important part of heroine-centric stories. And in terms of game design, if you are looking at it from a role-playing angle, this will give you an amazing and instant conflict. So the Sacred Fire is something the heroine claims for herself. It's what she wants most, or if it's a hero, what he wants most. And they are prepared to follow through and pursue this Sacred Fire. However, there's three claims on the Sacred Fire. The first is the heroine's. This is what I want to do. The next is, and this is the old standing one, is the native culture. The native culture will claim the heroine. You have a role in this culture, and it is this. And here are the preset expectations for that role. This is what we want for you. And this claim on the heroine is very powerful. And the reason for that is because the Sacred Fire came before the heroine. This is what is being passed down through tradition or culture from the parents or the parent figures to the heroine. And there are expectations that come along with that. So there's the heroine's claim, the native culture's claim, and then finally, if there is one, the masked minotaur makes a claim on the heroine as well. And they come purely from ego. They want to capture, monopolize, oppress, or hold on to the heroine for their own selfish purposes. So if you're setting up a story or a game, that is a simple three-way dynamic that will create instant tension. You will have something that the protagonist wants, their sacred fire, which they want to pursue, the native culture, which says, nope, this is what we've planned for you, and then the masked minotaur that says, you're mine, I want you. That three-way dynamic will create instant tension.
So what I see in this from a role playing standpoint is like oftentimes like there's usually in fantasy there's an actual physical representation of a dragon because there would just be a dragon, right? A dragon, a wizard, a vampire lord, the BBEGs, the big bad evil guy, right? And we see them, but fantasy, especially Dungeons and Dragons and all of its derivatives, there are also these other characters that represent the masked minotaur, the doppelgangers, the lycanthropes, the hags, the demons and devils that take the shape of human beings and kind of either cloak themselves in society, or they are extremely charismatic. They offer things to humanity where the hero's pointing like, you do realize that's evil, but the population goes, well, not that bad, or they represent something where they tolerate that the presence of that person or entity because you're receiving something on the end of it.
Correct. That is exactly right. The benevolent man half. This is why a social apex character usually is such a good representation for a villain, because they're able to provide something, even security, or stability, or help, or assistance, or wealth, or magic, or whatever it is. They're able to provide something. And a good medieval fantasy version of the Sacred Fire is Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones. She literally has a fire symbol as her symbol in the story. She's Daenerys the Unburnt. She's a fire totem is one of her things for sure. And yet that comes down. This is a perfect example. It comes down to her through family lineage, the House Targaryen. So you have this claim upon her from the native culture. You have her wanting to go into the world and make her mark. And then you have her brother there, Viserys, who's the heir to the throne. He's the social apex character, saying, nope, I'm going to horse trade you as a bride so I can get my throne back. He doesn't care about Daenerys at all. So you have a perfect example of a three-way dynamic with Daenerys, with what she wants, what her native culture expects of her, and what a masked minotaur wants of her in order to tyrannize her or to monopolize her.
What I see in the Sacred Fire in terms of role-playing games, especially fantasy, but even science fiction, which I guess I should hit on that, is that I think this is a great way for one of the things that really brings players into a game is to make it personal. So yes, it's amazing to go fight giants and dragons and beasts and wizards and things, but it's especially great if there's a relationship. And sometimes a relationship is the hero going out to get something or to keep something away from a great evil, like the One Ring, right? Keep the ring away from the great evil and travel and keep the ring away. Another thing may be, oh, there's a big dragon. I need to go on an adventure to go find the great blade, the golden blade that will kill the dragon. But from a role-playing standpoint, we often don't see many stories where the evil wants to take something from the players. And oftentimes players have vast amounts of capabilities. They're the heroes. They can do backflips through the air. They're casting magic. They can, wrestle giants to the ground. They can do all these kind of fantastical things. But we often don't see stories where, role-playing stories where the antagonist wants to get something from the heroes. And whether it's their magic or their skills, hey, maybe there's a rogue. They're very sneaky and they can get into places. Maybe the antagonist wants to hire them to steal something for, and
Yes.
the PCs are like, well, I'm really good at it, but B, do I want to do this for that person?
Exactly.
But the rest of the society is going, yeah, you're kind of obligated to do this thing, right? If you don't do it, someone gets hurt. If you don't do this, a promise isn't met. There's always some kind of contract or like
Yeah.
um, a threat on the horizon or something of that nature. We see this oftentimes where a soldier is given an order that's counter to their own ethics or
Oh,
morals.
yeah.
And the soldier's like, wait, you want me to do what? The police officer or detective that's told to arrest
Cross the
someone.
line. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, the maverick cop is like, that person's a corrupt corporate entity, and the police captain's like, no, you're going to
Yes.
arrest the little flunky over there. Leave the ultra rich person with arrogance alone.
Yes, that happens a lot. Yeah, that's a great storytelling device.
So I think with where it comes to the sacred fire, I mean, it could be an actual arcane thing. Someone wants to capture the PCs or bargain with them to steal their power or something, but it could be um, forcing them into a situation that capitalizes on their great abilities and
Yes.
then taking advantage of that thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't see who it is. Someone in the chat said Tangled. The symbol for the sacred fire of the heroine in Tangled is her hair. It literally glows bright gold. And who wants to monopolize it? It's Mother Gothel. She's considered the social apex character because she is the mother figure. She's trying to protect her, but she's really only monopolizing Rapunzel to use her hair for her own selfish purposes, which is to keep her young and to suit her vanity, to keep her young forever. She doesn't really care about Rapunzel. So that's actually a great example of the Minotaur and the heroine who have divergent wants for how that sacred fire is to be used. But the Minotaur is trying to claim it, and like you said, use the heroine for their own selfish purposes.
Yeah. The End King even brought up the movie Prey. Says movie The Prey follows the sacred flame tree, and in the movie Prey, here's our main character. She's female, and it's a tribal environment, and she's expected to hang out with the ladies. But she wants to go. She wants to go hunting. She's like, "Hey, listen, I want to go with the guys and go out there." And she does have a special skill, right? She's able to bond with this wolf, this dog. She's taught herself how to make different tools and things in Prey, and others don't recognize those talents in this character, even though they're just like, hey, your weaving skills were really good with her putting it with that axe that she got to throw in the movie, but neither side saw the importance of like combining those skills together, and
totally.
Even her domesticating the wolf as well.
Yeah, and that's a common problem where the heroine, her sacred fire, she wants to claim it and go this one direction, and the native culture doesn't care about that. They really want her for something else. Just like you said, they're like, well, why don't you just weave baskets? Totally missing that she's a completely capable warrior. In fact, she's the warrior that's going to save them all, and that's not recognized in her by the native culture. So that's a common problem that they're overlooked by the native culture through the lens of the native culture, which is we want you for this other purpose. Yeah. So,
and I think narratively, I think we sometimes see this where like I was saying before about a soldier or someone leaves home, a drama story where a relative or a young person leaves home, they go to college, they come back home, and they tell us through narrative what life was like, but when they get home, it's not that way any longer.
Correct. The PTSD
something has changed. Whether it's we see the behavior of the relatives has changed. Maybe the neighbors are acting different. Oftentimes we see there's like a physical change in the environment. A building, a historic building was knocked down or is empty and it's ready to be demolished, and the person comes back home and it's go, wait, that was a theater we all went to, you know,
Not
and the
anymore.
community's like, nope, we're having a big business move in, and you know, Walmart's going to be in that place and whatnot, and you know that, and that's with like drama stories. But I think in fantasy role playing, I think oftentimes there's a way for us to, and this is a great motivator too. You mentioned this earlier, where once you tell the players they can't do something, it's like, oh man, they
It's
are going to
own.
push against that, you know. And oftentimes the best thing you can do within the first 3 minutes of gaming is you enter into the town and they tell you you've got to give up your weapons,
Yep. Oh yeah.
you've got to wear blue all day long, you've got to you have to pay a tithe or a toll or something,
And never go into that tower.
yep. Yep. And the PCs are like, never go in. That's the first place we're going to go.
Yeah,
Everyone,
exactly. Just say no to your players. That's the best thing you could do. You'll drive them nuts. They'll be hyper motivated.
yep. Oh, by the way, because I broadcast at 6 a.m. my time, Eastern time, a lot of the people in the chat are like, what? The evening?
I
What
saw
time?
that.
What the hell? Yeah, so all the crack is going. All right, so we're going to continue around the circle. We're going into the captivity bargain, the black swan, and the call to adventure.
Yeah, so the captivity bargain is a pretty classic trope.
Sorry. No, Carol D says, no, the briar patch. Hell, yep. Exactly. Don't go there. You don't want to go there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm just getting over a cold, so I apologize.
Sorry.
But the captivity bargain is actually the heroine attempting to reconcile the three competing claims to her sacred fire. So she's got, you know, the heroine in the early stage, in the less mature stage of her journey, she's told by the native culture, we need you for this other thing, like Naru. We want you to weave baskets. Very credible people are telling her this. She knows she wants something else. Moana is another great example. She's like, I want to go past the breakers and explore. And her dad's like, no, we never leave. We stay here on the island. And then, of course, if there's a mass minotaur, this guy's claiming her as well. So a lot of heroines attempt to reconcile those three competing claims, including her own, by making what I call a captivity bargain. The key is she does this willingly. She might be coerced or tricked or something, but she does usually offer to do this on her own because she thinks she's solving the problem of the three competing claims. So a captivity bargain is where the heroine agrees to conform either to the needs of the Minotaur or the demands of the Minotaur or the demands of the native culture. However, she's doing this. This is a counterintuitive step. Her captivity bargain is her actually seeking freedom. It sounds like that's not what she's doing, but the second you show a tower or a cage, the human instinct is get out of there, get out of the cage, get out of the get out of the tower. So it's a counterintuitive step forward because she has a seat at the table. She's bargaining in a way for her ability to try to secretly pursue what she wants, her claim to the sacred fire, while pretending or appearing to conform to the expectations of either the Minotaur, the native culture, or both. So even in that Maya Angelou poem, which I talk about in the story, what does the cage bird sing of? Freedom. The cage bird sings of freedom. So when the heroine makes a captivity bargain, she is secretly pursuing a path to freedom. So I've read in some articles, they're like, we don't want to see captive princesses anymore. And I get that. I understand why. They think it might send a bad message or it might portray heroines as having no agency. But I argue, in my opinion, to keep the captivity bargain because we must first know the tower if we know how to escape it. So I think that by having a captivity bargain, the heroine is setting herself up to knowingly break free of this bargain in the future. And you'll see in Act 3, she will break this bargain. But in the beginning, she makes the bargain in an effort to accommodate the competing demands.
Would you say narratively, this portion in storytelling could be very short, similar to the hero deciding initially not to go on the journey or being told of the dangers and then and then changing their mind and then going.
Yes.
Okay.
So Entangled, there's that hysterical song "Mother Knows Best," where she's basically making her claim as the masked Minotaur on Rapunzel. She's like, "Mother, there's all these reasons to stay put." And at the end of the song, the music stops and Rapunzel drops her head and she's like, "Yes, mother, that's the captivity bargain. It does not have to be long, but she has agreed in principle to stay at home." And of course, what does she do? She leaves home not long after. So she is agreeing. Ripley, yeah, she's the third wheel. She doesn't have much to do. She agrees to kind of stay in the background. She's just an observer. She's not taken very seriously. She's going to accept the marginal role that is given to her by the colonial Marines. They even make fun of her when she tries to tell them that there might be a xenomorph. They're like, "Oh yeah, whatever. This is a bug hunt," and she knows that they're not taking this seriously. But at the time, she accepts the smaller role. Obviously, she'll break out of this, but the captivity bargain is important because it shows something that I think is very human. When we're less mature, less experienced, we're more likely to agree to something that may not be in our best interest. I think we've all done it, and I think that we honor that by showing heroes or heroines making a bargain that we, the viewer, know may not be in her best interest, but because it's a story, we intuitively understand that this isn't going to last that long.
By the way, I actually see this in the Black Panther story and stories. The sacred fire being the spirit of the Black Panther.
Yes.
And taking the heart-shaped herb that gives Black Panther his powers and abilities. And also,
yes,
the character Black Panther often leaves home and then comes back. And for example, in the movie, when he comes back, he's exposed to he's not that he's not allowed to travel, but he's exposed to the outside world. And when he comes back, he's reminded, "You're going to be king. Your father passed away. You're going to be king.
Yes.
Here are the rules you must obey. We have traditions." And in his mind, he's like, "Well, yeah, I'll be the king and I'll obey those traditions," and realizes that they rub up against some of the desires he may want,
Totally.
may want to act upon. And of course, we know that Killmonger is a character that really excites that. But initially, it's like, oh, he's proud to take that role. And then there's, you could tell he's like, I agree to this, but there's something wrong here. There's something wrong. And then we're going to get into the Beast as ally and things like that in the Black Panther story, because there's one who literally is the Beast as ally.
100%.
Very,
well,
very
and Killmonger's a homegrown villain. He is from the native culture. So in that regard, he mirrors in the movie. He is more akin or more like, he's a social apex character from within the native culture, half benevolent, half tyrannical. There's people that rely on Killmonger as their leader. So he provides something that the native culture thinks they want from him, but yet he's also oppressive in a way. So he would fit to a large extent the masked Minotaur. He's not a militant outsider. He is a dangerous insider to the native culture.
And as a callback to the comic books and in the movie, he actually grabs a mask.
He does.
Puts a mask on. Now you can't hide Michael B. Jordan's face. You can't, you can't hide pretty, right? But but he does make they actually show that scene where he puts the mask on, and if literally, narratively, it's the portrayal of what he is on the inside. Shown on the outside, right? He's got this mask that's carved, and it makes him inhuman.
Right. That's right. So remember the mixture of the Minotaur is half man, half beast. The beast part is the dominant part of the Minotaur. That's his flaw. That's his or her fatal flaw, is that their humanity doesn't supersede their animalistic instincts. So they have to act on that oppressive impulse every time, and their humanity loses out. And that is the fatal error to their personality, and it's what makes them a villain. So now you can't have reformed villains. but we'll talk about that later. There is that one avenue, and a lot of modern movies like that, and because then they don't have to say there was ever really a bad guy, and that can work. Vader actually is a reformed villain, so I mean, it certainly can work. But I do think it's important to have sometimes an irreconcilable villain, because we will run into those people in real life.
Yeah. And I think for role-playing games, while it sounds fun on paper to try to hide our villainous antagonists sometimes, and that can be fun depending on how you do it. Sometimes it can be a little more fun to let them know right up front, like, guess what? This individual is really bad, but the rest of society is ignoring the PCs, right? Like, the rest of society is going, no, leave them alone. And oh, by the way, if you act against this person initially, there's probably going to be issues. And
100%.
There is a role-playing game that actually embraces that. It's called, it came from White Wolf, and it's the Vampire the Masquerade role-playing game.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
And one of the rules they had in there was that player characters are brand new. They are embraced. They become brand new vampires in this world where there's clans and rules and things. And one of the rules was that you must obey the prince of the city. And they have this council of these powerful elder vampires that kind of tell the players what to do, with the expectation that the players are going to give them the middle finger, right?
Yeah, at some
point. The point is the players are not going to listen to this. But they understand that if you make an attempt to harm, go into someone's territory, any kind of storytelling effect, you may gain the attention and the persecution of all of the other vampires. So it may not be a story of where it's just one-on-one. If you drain the blood, murder, kill another vampire because of some perceived violation or something, and the player characters do it, they might violate a rule that allows all the combined other clans and their members to come after you.
DBJ, you just described what's called the broken truce later in the spiral, where social forces are marshaled against the hero. And like you just said, it's not a one-on-one. They all come to enforce. So we'll get to that. But you are right on the money, sir.
Yeah. And classic cinematic samurai stories are that way as well. There's usually an evil presence that manipulates the rules to prevent our protagonists, our heroes, from performing an act. And an easy act would be draw my sword and kill that person. But the rules state you can't do it. Right?
That's the beautiful part.
You can't do it. And we're sitting there like cringing, like, oh, just pull the sword and kill this guy. And the drama starts because the hero has to navigate the social structures to get what they want, because our masked minotaur has assembled society to protect them and enforce their evil rules or something.
You're exactly correct, and that's one of the that's why I don't think of this as a pure warrior trope, because like you said, it's not so easy to just go into one-on-one combat. You have to somehow navigate the social minefields of consequences that would happen were you to just directly attack someone who might be perceived as positive inside the native culture. So you have to be very careful attacking a masked minotaur. And they are pathologically, remember, they're animalistic in their mind. They're a villain. They are very capable, intuitively, instinctively, of sensing any direct threat and marshaling social forces against the protagonist in the story. So you definitely have to take it seriously how you're going to bring this masked minotaur down inside the native culture. So, but that's great. I mean, you said something that we'll get to later. Usually it's not one-on-one. Usually it is if you attack the masked minotaur, you activate all the enforcers. So now it's you versus about 12. Thelma and Louise, the whole society comes after them and they drive off a cliff, for crying out loud. But so anyway, that's kind of the deal where we're at with the captivity bargain. She's trying to avoid that right now. She knows that there's consequences. She doesn't want to deal with that yet. So she's made this bargain. in order to secretly pursue her claim to her sacred fire and pretending to conform to the native culture or to the masked minotaur.
Yeah. And Drudenfuzz in the chat says society is the real enemy, and in some ways it kind of is. I see this a ton of times in police procedurals.
Yes.
Hey, this person's clearly wrong. They've clearly done something against society or an innocent person, but our protagonist, our hero, can't break the law to bring them to justice, right? And of course, we often see this where they take off their gun and their badge and they lay it on the table and they're like, or the police chief is like, give me your badge. You're seated. You're off the case. And of course, yeah, we see this plenty of times with that. And of course, with younger characters, they're grounded, leave the neighbor alone. No, they're not hiding dead bodies in the basement. Yeah, exactly. Right. So, but yeah, I think society kind of, or at least the society is marshaled into the enemy, or the fragility of it is abused by our masked minotaur to get what they want.
So there's the way society is supposed to function, and then there's some part of society that has been corrupted by a powerful individual like a masked minotaur. And the heroine often runs into this. They see the part of society that isn't working correctly, and they see the reason why it isn't, and they attempt to deal with that, usually because what the heroine wants runs into conflict with this part of the society. So the society can be a problem. We've all run into that to greater or lesser extents, where you want something or you're trying to pursue something and then it's not fair. Something's not fair. You're not given the right shake. You're not. So there's the way society is supposed to function, and then there's the way it is functioning. And our heroines, at least in this model, run into that quite often. And by the time they reach the center, that's what permutation means. It's a rearrangement. Hopefully they've been able to rearrange society in the way to operate the way it's supposed to. That's the idea, which again is not a hero's journey trope. That is very specific to the heroine's labyrinth.
So let's move on to the Black Swan and Call to Adventure and Cult of Deception.
Okay, so the Black Swan, there's a little note under it that says it can happen anytime. No. This was one of the most unusual archetypes, but I noticed it consistently, and sometimes it would happen in Act 1, sometimes Act 2, sometimes Act 3. The Black Swan is a sudden destabilizing event, usually a natural disaster or something that accompanies apocalyptic imagery. It's something that disrupts the native culture. In Act 1 of Wizard of Oz, it's the tornado that comes sweeping in. In Act 2 of the Terminator of T2, Terminator 2, Sarah Connor witnesses in her mind an atomic explosion, a nuclear detonation that's appalling apocalyptic imagery to her, and it haunts her. And then in Their Eyes Were Watching God in Act 3, there's a hurricane, a Florida hurricane that comes through and knocks out the native culture. So, and these events have wide-ranging impacts on the heroine and her world. So the Black Swan is something that sweeps into a story, even in Star Wars. We were talking about this on Heath's channel the other day. Yeah. Star Wars is a clear hero's journey, but when you focus on Princess Leia, you run into several of these archetypes and the apocalyptic imagery. Who are we with when the Death Star blows up a planet? We're with Princess Leia. In fact, it's her planet. That's her native culture. And the Death Star blows it up right in front of her. So even when you follow heroines in a hero's journey story, sometimes these archetypes still come into play to show us these Black Swan events. And I think the Black Swan event, I think the secret message in there is native cultures tend to be orderly, or they're supposed to be orderly and organized and have contingency plans and solutions to everything. The Black Swan comes in and knocks all that out. So there seems to be a message in there like even your good plans aren't good enough to stop a disaster. And heroines tend to distrust the assurances of the native culture that they've got it under control. And the Black Swan gives her proof that they don't have it under control.
Okay. I'll have to think about that for in a role playing standard. I mean, I can imagine this being a physical, environmental effect. Maybe it's something on the horizon. For example, you've got characters going to the frozen north, and there's going to be a blizzard. It's going to blow through, and everyone in the
Yes.
community has to batten down the hatches. But there's this plot happening, and if that happens and everything gets shut down, then there's no way for the people to leave. Or maybe the masked minotaur gets away with something, and then there's no way to pursue.
Well, totally. A foreign occupation. Some like if you set a role playing adventure in a foreign occupation scenario, like there's an occupying force. A famine will often in Gone with the Wind. A famine is the black swan. Remember that? I'll never go hungry again. That famous line. So war, famine, pestilence, a pandemic. Um, uh, uh, um, even just even in The Incredibles, her plane gets blown up and she's falling from the sky. In Black Widow, same thing. The Red Room blows up. She's falling from the sky. But yeah, these so role playing would be a great opportunity for it, because right when the heroes think they got everything going, a black swan can sweep in, some natural disaster, like you said, a blizzard or a terrible storm or a flood. I bet a flood would be a fun one to role play, like a serious Genesis flood. Yeah, you bring these in and you upturn the world. Or if you have something more dangerous, something apocalyptic. Game of Thrones had the White Walkers. That's an apocalypse or an apocalyptic event that they warn you about. Winter is coming. They warn you about that throughout the whole film. Now, season 8 kind of didn't deliver on that, but that was the idea. That's a black swan event.
Yep. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the call to adventure. Yeah. That's also in the hero's journey. It's a simple thing. The reason there's a frog there is because Joseph Campbell uses the tale of the Frog Prince, where the heroine in the old German tale loses her golden ball in a spring, and the frog brings it up and saves her, and it ends up being the Frog Prince. And that's a call to adventure scenario. What's interesting, what's different between the hero's journey and the heroine's labyrinth is heroes usually refuse the call first. The refusal of the call, where they ask the hero to go on the adventure. He's like, no, I can't do it. I can't get involved. Neo goes to leave the car. The heroes balk a lot of times. I notice heroines hardly ever balk. They storm into the call to adventure. And at first I was like, are they missing the refusal of the call? I thought it was a mistake. I've decided it's not a mistake. I think that home, the native culture, the demands, the captivity bargain, home as captivity versus home as comfort. You think of heroes, they want to come back home. The Shire, they think about that all day long. War heroes always have a picture of their sweetheart. They can't wait to get home. Superman has the Fortress of Solitude. Batman has the Batcave. So if home is a comfortable place for you, you want to stay. Secondly, if the home is not a friendly place for you, you will probably leap at the opportunity to leave your home and go on an adventure. So I've noticed that a lot of heroines skip the call to it, or skip the refusal of the call, and accept the call to adventure willingly.
Or it's possible because when it comes to the literary narrative versus television and movies and things, very good writers will sometimes seed those elements become overlapped, and so the refusal and then the call to adventure may be seeded along that path already, so that when our heroine goes on this path and goes through the labyrinth, we already understand that process. I remember when yourself and Heath were going over Star Wars and talking about the Matrix, and in my head, I was well, I didn't think you guys were right or wrong about a thing. I think you also have to. There's also that third element, which is you kind of have to write something that the audience will like. And so
Yeah.
you have to either leave space for visuals or um, be very choosy about your language and your dialogue, so that a character might both be expressing like a call to adventure plus a refusal plus this other thing. So because very good writers will overlap all of those elements to
Yes.
condense the writing down. So I don't think it's a lot of these are just, we're describing them as one going to the next, but a writer will blend those things together, especially if they're very good. Writers pay those writers, by the way, Hollywood, because
Yeah.
good writers make excellent quality things that we take a look at, and
Yes.
sometimes the writing is, we want a character to, The Last of Us. We want Joel to have an expression on his face that tells us all of you know that tells us he's refusing to do something but then accepts his role. That might be just in the look of his face,
Right.
where
Well, and I agree with you. I think a lot of writers come up with the stuff unconsciously or subconsciously, and we recognize. Like I came up with this not because these writers planned out the Heroine's Labyrinth. They all did this unconsciously, and because the human imagination is a special thing. That's an engine. The human psyche just brings this stuff up to the top. And role playing is a great place for it because you have to come up with the stuff on right off the cuff right now. Like, there's an immediacy to it. And whereas a writer might be able to plan it out a little bit more, but it still all comes from the same place. The core of the human psyche is that engine of the human imagination. So these things come out of there and we recognize them. We look at them like, oh, there's that thing. So I think you're right. If the hero or heroine refuses the call, it's done intuitively by the writer or the game master or the role player. And yet when we look back, we might say, oh, they refused the call. There it is. We might spot it in retrospect. And I would like to point out, what's his name? Druden Fuss. Is that right?
Yeah, she puts out an excellent comment here, which I love.
Yes, I think he's correct, because I debated that myself. I was like, are men cowards? Are they balking because they're a bunch of cowards, and women are not cowardly and they're going because they're will? And I decided that's too simplistic and maybe too easy to go. The reality is what I think Drudenfuss is saying. I think heroes balk because I think the core of the hero's journey, the seed, the germ seed of where the hero's journey comes from, is the warrior or the soldier's journey. It's very similar. You leave home, you train, you get competency, and you go off to fight a villain, and then hopefully you return home. I think that's the core element. So I think what happens is when you expand archetypally, the possibility of your own destruction by accepting this call should make you think twice before going off and fighting this thing that could destroy you. So I think it's the human nature part of the hero. If you're likely to be destroyed by accepting this offer, maybe I'm fine right here. So the refusal of the call, I think, makes sense for that exact reason that Drudenfuss just said. I actually discussed that in the book, and I think that is very insightful. And that's not to knock heroines, but a lot of times if you look at the Heroine's Labyrinth, the structure of it, they're not necessarily facing annihilation the way a soldier might be facing that. So accepting the call to adventure is a good thing for them. It gets them out of what might be perceived as a captive environment. So, much more likely to say, yes, let's do that. Instead of, whoa, should I, go to Anchorhead with Ben Kenobi and fight the Empire? I don't know. Maybe I'm fine as a farmer, So,
right. And I also think that I'm going to use improper formulation here, but the hero refusing the call and then going is a representation sometimes of a masculine personal, like, I shouldn't be scared, but then the story is letting us know it's okay to be scared.
correct.
It's deciding to go anyway. Whereas I believe for the Heroine's Labyrinth type of story, it's not a matter. We're telling a different story. It's not.
Exactly.
are you scared but still doing it? It is, this thing needs to be done. We're going to go do it. The other part of the story is the society is fragile or broken or being afraid like a
Corrupted.
thread being cut or severed. There's something evil lurking in it, and something must be done to change this, or the character they need to change. They need to express themselves. And it, the story is them expressing themselves and yet having to deal with their own society and stuff. So
That's right.
yeah.
And, I think, as a guy, I've balked before. I've been like, I've been indecisive or vacillated maybe in a moment when I should have been decisive. So when you see heroes do it, you're like, okay, that's normal. Now, how do I get to the part where I engage, where I do the thing, where I do what I want to do, or, where I find the courage? I think we've all heard that phrase where bravery isn't doing the thing without fear. It's being afraid as hell and doing it anyway. So, the hero finds that comfort zone to go deal with this thing while afraid. And I think that that's just human. We understand it. We understand that the hero's afraid.
Exactly. And listen, every writer, whether they say so or not, they have a point of view and they want to get across a message. And especially if that message is based on like a true life story, someone's story or something like that. They may be trying to get across the character has more fear than in another story. It's not a matter of it's only told one way or the other.
Correct.
We have opinions, and those opinions come across they come across by creatives, and we can decide whether we think it's a good one or not, or we get to place ourselves inside the shoe of that particular character.
Totally true.
Heath
actually focuses a lot on what's called the willing hero, where the hero does not refuse the call, even though it's a hero's journey. Captain Kirk often accepts the call to adventure in the Star Trek movies without hesitation. So you're absolutely right. There's a wide spectrum of what works. I think with role-playing games, the same as with writing a story, at the end of the day, does it work? Is this entertaining? Is this fun for us? Are you not entertained? Is this not the adventure you wanted? Whatever happens, as long as it works, you can break a rule. You can go against an archetype. As long as it works, it doesn't matter. These are the ideal forms of each archetype that we're discussing. But you're totally right. You can deviate or have a variation of one of these, and it might work just perfectly.
Yeah. And I just want to reiterate, because in the chat, and I know they get it, but while we are genderizing these frameworks, they aren't gender specific. Like I'm specifically pointing out that Black Panther is a heroine's Labyrinth storyline.
Yep.
It's the inner culture. I was mentioning that Namor and Aquaman behind me have had those similar stories where they are kings of their kingdom, and the story is told within their kingdom, and how there's an evil presence in their kingdom, but they can't get rid of that evil presence, and they know that the entire kingdom will be marshaled against them if they raise their trident or whatever, against that evil presence. And then of course they have to navigate around how to do that. So yeah, absolutely. Totally. It's not here gender specific, and there's plenty of females that go on heroes' journeys, right? I mean,
100%.
Plenty of those stories. So
Wonder Woman mostly models a hero's journey. Wonder Woman 2017 mostly models. Her problem isn't Themyscira, where her native culture is. She leaves her native culture and runs into all sorts of problems far away, far from home. So absolutely correct. I think that there are gendered, like I could say sometimes to another guy, like as a guy, I know what it's like to be afraid. And the guy might be like, yes. And there might be something that we understand so that's one version of it. There might be a feminine version of that. And then there's something that is transcendent to gender, that whether you're a man or a woman, you watch someone vacillate on a big decision, we feel for them. We empathize. We know that. We've been there. So, so forgive us if we sound gendered at times. Sometimes it's convenient to talk like that. But our intention is certainly to show that this is a universal model. Same thing with the hero's journey.
Yeah, I've been referring it to referring to it as the labyrinth and journey, and
Yeah.
just putting it that way. And we, there's also the mention that maybe our main characters don't refuse the call, but there are other elements or characters in the story that are mentioning out loud, listen, this is dangerous. You shouldn't do this. I'm telling you, please don't do this. We see this often in dramas where parents tell the young person, don't go there, don't do this, don't confront this person, don't.
Yes.
And the person goes, nope, backpack, I'm going to do this anyway, right? And they make that, yeah, I'm out, I'm going to do this thing. And then maybe you, and of course, there might be a funny scene where there's like an uncle that never says anything and they raise their eyebrow, like give them the thumbs up, like, yeah, go ahead and do it, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Right, it's the maverick cop that's like, what? Here, take my badge. I'm still going to go after the bad guy. And then you have the I don't know. There's a gopher, somebody pushing a cart around. They're like, yeah, I'm a rookie cop, but I'm with you.
Yeah. Hey man, you want to go for it? Good luck.
So I think in role playing, yes, we have characters, PCs. The player characters want to be the heroes. They're not going to balk at doing the dangerous thing, but you might want to throw some. You definitely are going to have someone in there that tells them about the dangers of if they break the rules. Talking about the vampire situation, the characters are brand new. They're playing this game. They're in this setting, and then we have an NPC explain to them, listen, you have vampiric powers. You could very easily attack this other vampire in their lofty penthouse in their corporate, attained suite, but you're going to get there's going to be repercussions for you doing this. Please don't go up there and murder kill this person, because you're going to get, an army of vampires after you that are going, yes, they broke the rules. Now we get a chance to let loose and go after you. And then the player characters can then go, maybe we still are going to do the thing, but we're going to do it differently.
I love that.
Yeah.
In role-playing games, if you're the game control, it's great to play the character. You always have like the NPCs, to be the NPC trying to talk the heroes out of it. Where you're like, dude, have you thought this through? You can't do that. I love talking sense to the characters that make them seriously question whether their plan's going to work. And that's a perfect example of somebody else refusing the call in lieu of the hero or heroine.
And also, let's be honest with storytelling and in role playing. They're NPCs for a reason, and sometimes to show the danger, some of them might get harmed or murder, killed in the thing. We often see this where our hero is ready to go, and then if we're watching a movie or television show, they show us the dangers of doing this thing, and something happens. It's the mortally wounded person that stumbles into the tavern and says, hey, something went wrong, or I stood up against the robber baron or something and was shot in the street at high noon or something. And then the heroes go, oh, well, there is danger out there. Maybe
or the red shirt in Star Trek.
Red shirts. Yep. Yeah. So often, how it's often phrased, show don't tell. We often see this by showing the harm and dangers to others or property, the population. And then in that regard, like, for example, the Terminator movies, right? How many innocent people get gunned down, the entire time when our antagonist, our villain shows up, and we realize it's not going to be easy for our heroes, despite the fact they want to fight, to do this thing. There's a reason why they're running. It's a reason why they are circumnavigating the labyrinth of what the second Terminator movie of Los Angeles. There's a reason why they're getting on motorcycles and cars and driving away in vehicles from this evil, because we've seen how terrible they are. What was John Connor's adoptive parents, foster parents were killed, and his voice was mimicked, and we realized, ooh, he can't go home. Now we see this, our character doesn't, but he's warned by his mom, they're dead. You got to go. We're not, this is a no-no. And he's like, no, I'm going back home. you're not my mom, that kind of thing. I don't remember what the
Yeah.
line is, but you get the point. So I think sometimes we're shown the
The danger.
refusal in other ways than our main character. I think you just
You're totally correct. That's totally correct. And there are books that even outline that if the hero is willing, have someone else refuse the call in their stead. Or like you said, show us the danger. Yeah, if we see the danger, then we instinctively understand that a simple course of action won't work, and that we're gonna have to come up with something else.
Yeah, Drew. Uh, she amongst everybody
Oh,
else that's in the chat. They always, for some reason, they're up now, which is really strange for me.
awesome,
But they come to the channel when I'm here very early, and they always bring their best.
awesome.
And we disagree all the time, by the way. So because everybody brings their best, and it's really just in fun because it's
Yeah.
just us challenging each other. And I'm kind of with Drew. I sometimes I don't think things through either. And it's always after the fact, and I go, oh man, I go, wow, this could have been different had I thought about this in a different way. So I like these frameworks because it gives me something to latch on to when my brain
Well,
gets scattered.
I'm with you. I actually believe, even from a writing standpoint, you don't want to be operating from an intellectual standpoint when you're role playing or writing. You want to be operating from that intuitive, instinctive thing. So, like Judenfuss says, you don't want to be thinking this through. You want to be following your instincts, and then later come in, reread it. And if one of these archetypes seems to have been generated, then you can build it out. You can really expand it because you know it's going to work. But I do like to internalize these things. I like to read them and internalize them because then while you're doing it and you're not thinking it through, or you're acting on instinct, these will be there as benchmarks somewhere in the back of your head, and you will be able to start employing them. That's how I wrote my first book. I really felt like I was toggling between the controlled, left brain and the more anarchy, creative right brain. I was toggling back and forth. So I think because I'm creative, I prefer the anarchy side of my right brain over the orderliness. But I think we all know that structure is good. You need to have some of it, but in the background while you play.
Now I'm calling this a chicken and an egg thing. Drew and I kind of went back and forth a little bit this morning with this at the end of live stream this morning. So here is something for you to chew on. Okay,
Sure.
so hero's journey, this new framework, the heroine's labyrinth. Um, is it that we are pattern recognition animals, machines? And we've created these patterns because it makes us comfortable in seeing these patterns in stories? Or did the patterns do the patterns exist and we saw them? Or did we think we saw them and now we're creating patterns? I know that sounds strange, but
No, no, it doesn't. I think it's a really solid question, and it's almost one that it becomes philosophical. I think this is my theory, and I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't have the answer, but I think that there are certain things as human beings that simply recur because of our human nature. Because I don't think we're different than we were 7,000 years ago. I think we're our technology has changed. Our understanding of the world obviously has advanced, but I think we're essentially the same type of human being. So I think what happens is certain things recur so often just by being human, just by interacting with the world and with other people and with society, that the recurrent events become something that we spot in our stories on accident. Like I said, I think, why is there a monomyth called the hero's journey? My answer to that would be because I think the hero's journey was born from this prototype called the soldier's journey. And the soldier's journey recurs in every culture, in every era, including now. The soldier must leave his home. He must go get trained. He must become competent. There's a guide, some kind of guide teaching him. And then he goes, or she goes off and uses those skills and hopefully does not get destroyed in this process to fight a foreign enemy, a war situation. I think it's monomythic because that recurs everywhere around the world in any time period. So that recurrency builds itself into the stories. And I think that's why when we see them, we're like, this makes sense to me. I get this. I understand it. It comes up from the human psyche and it puts itself into a pattern story. And I think we latch onto it. And I think that's why a lot of great hero's journey stories tend to have a warrior element. Luke kind of follows a spiritual warrior path. Neo, kung fu. There's a lot of warrior elements to them, and I think it's because they're matching that warrior trope from that proto version, the soldier's journey, which is a very specific type of hero's journey. I think it's evolved to take on many dimensions, but I think its initial thing is the soldier's journey.
Yeah. Really?
Ray Palpatine.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what journey she took. I actually think Ray sometimes is a great example of non-archetypal storytelling where people try to tell a story so differently that they break too much from archetypes that we relate with and understand, that you end up with a character that might be a little bit harder to accept. Like, the idea of not needing a mentor at all. I don't know about you, but I've needed mentors. I've benefited greatly from them. That's more archetypal to have knowledge passed down to you than you walk up to a mentor and dismiss them and move and figure it out all on your own. Like that's much less archetypally. It doesn't occur as much,
Yeah. So something Drew says. It says she says I disagree that it happens in every culture, and because I'm a person who loves to learn. I would love to learn other cultures' stories that do not follow this pattern, and then see if there's another pattern. We're talking right now about the Labyrinth. There might be other. We might be able to recognize other patterns once we're able to find the clues of where they exist. Oftentimes, like in parables or warnings, mythology often teaches children stories, teaches society ways to act, and maybe there's something in there. But yeah,
I think you're right.
We could go down a deep. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Like we can go down a deep dark hole about the problems with the character Ray and we understand that there's also a meta to that. There are corporate entities and their sales figures that have to be met and so. And then you've got writers who are like being pulled in 80 different directions, and then people being pulled off of writing to make them write something else. And then you've got a whole new crew of other people that come in and have to pick up the baton. And
it was a mess.
Yeah,
for all those reasons you just said, by the way.
Yeah, Death Angel's Shadow said I really want to see Finn's journey, and what the problem was is they told us there was going to be a journey. It wasn't that we didn't see it. By their own storytelling techniques, they told us something and didn't come through with the promise of that thing.
Well, if you look on the original poster for Force Awakens, Finn is wielding a lightsaber.
Yeah.
To me, that suggested he was going to become a Jedi. Yeah. And they gave him, I thought, a rather cheap lightsaber moment fighting that one stormtrooper. And Finn also had one of the most unique new angles in Star Wars. Yeah. A stormtrooper who defects. I thought that was massively loaded with potential. Yeah. And I feel like The Force Awakens wrote a lot of checks that were never cashed by The Last Jedi. And by the end of it, and then The Last Jedi wrote a bunch of checks that no one cashed for the Rise of Skywalker or whatever. So, I think they blew it. And I think Finn was one of their big mistakes, a character that I think everybody wanted that nobody got. It was amazing.
And it even had they even built in an antagonist, a chrome suited I don't know,
Captain Phasma.
Phasma was just like, what did they do with this character? I don't know. Okay, sorry.
No, that's good.
Hard segue. Boom, cult of deception.
Okay, yeah. So the we're moving into Act 2 at this point, and so the heroine has accepted the call to adventure, and she is leaving not her native culture, but she might be leaving her home environment. Um, uh, that is the most familiar to her. She's going to be non-conforming in at least a secret way. What's interesting about the cult of deception is, and this is a very distinctive thing for hero-centric stories, you begin to see the illusions of your native culture. And I call it the cult of deception because a lot of times heroines are misdirected, redirected, lied to, almost on accident, almost decentralized in a way, in which she finds it very difficult to proceed or to get information or to do whatever she's trying to do. Or there's a major cultural secret that is being hidden from her. Or she's surveilled, or people are watching her to mislead her intentionally. But heroines will run into the illusions of the culture rather quickly. And I was talking to a screenwriter named Cameron Pasha, and he said that Napoleon has a famous quote that society are the lies we all agree to. So,
Yeah.
And I thought that was an interesting quote because the heroine will run into this. She will discover some of the lies we all agree to, and she'll also find that people are going to be very serious about protecting some of those lies. There could be, an illegitimate birth. That's not really your father. That there's a secret there.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's something about this teacher's past, like in Harry Potter, that you didn't know about. So there's all sorts of secrets that are all laying out, and the heroine will start to run into these. A common one in heroine stories is, and I know this sounds funny, but being hit on. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a cult of deception, but it is, because, like, I think of Silence of the Lambs, when Clarice Starling meets that creepy guy, Dr. Chilton. He's like, oh, Boston could be a wonderful place if you stay overnight. And she's like, thanks, but no thanks. The introduction of an ulterior motive is something that will try to redirect a heroine. So even being hit on, to me, is part of this cult of deception, because a character who might have been neutral may suddenly gain an ulterior motive and try to redirect the hero in another way. And she'll have to ward that off. She'll have to deal with that. So there's a lot of characters acting in ways that may seem inconsistent because the heroine might not have all the facts yet.
If I could point something out, first of all, I'll point this out when it comes to procedural shows, right?
Yes.
We often have a inexperienced character, or at least perceived inexperience, assigned to do something very important, and then you find out that they were assigned to do this very important task because they would fail. We often get the young lawyer who has to take a very important case, the new detective that has a very complicated thing, and then Clarice is brought along, who is inexperienced,
Totally.
and she finds out through what is the director? He's neutral.
Jack Crawford.
Yeah, who's basically, she finds out that, why did you pick me? Like, I'm not very experienced or something. And then he admits, well, listen, we tried everything, and we thought we'd throw you to the wolves. Essentially, that's what he admitted.
Totally.
Like, listen, we thought you'd fail. We just wanted to get a reaction out of him. We needed to do something. But she came through on the other end. And Jack Crawford, at least he didn't get in her way. He sees that she's has potential, but he goes from not seeing her as an obstacle to an ally by the end of the movie. And we see this, and in the Black Panther movie, Black Panther's own father lied and caused the situation that brought about Killmonger and the possible coup, and how he's deposed and he's no longer king. His own father killed a relative to keep a secret about Wakanda and the vibranium and such. And that's a pretty strong, he realizes, like, my dad really wasn't the person I thought he was.
Yeah, he
And
wasn't
his own
perfect.
dad even told him, he's like, to be a king, it's hard for a good man to be a king.
Well, I think that is a great example because what it does is the hero runs in this case, the hero runs into things that don't quite make sense to him. And then when the hero discovers the secret, when the illusion is broken, it recontextualizes everything. It explains a lot. And then it also it helps the hero solve the problem. Because if you don't really understand what's going on, it's going to be really hard for you to solve the problem. So the cult of deception masks a lot. So heroines or a hero is trying to solve the problem with very little facts. In fact, they're being misled in a lot of cases. And it's a slow process of solving that or lifting the veil to see what's going on for real. That's the cult of deception. And that's a little different from a hero's journey too. You don't really see deception and illusion being the primary impetus to the protagonist. It's usually something else, like survivalist or foreign culture, or possibly bandits or something that you might see on the road. But cult of deception is very specific. And if you've designed a good labyrinth, then the cult of deception is, if you think about a labyrinth, that's what a labyrinth is. It's a man-made device that is meant to give you freedom of movement while keeping you trapped inside. So the cult of deception is a natural outlay of this architecture to a story or a conflict.
Yeah, and I agree with Drew here, where Drew says that sometimes the young and inexperienced people simply look at things with a different eye. And I think you could even separate young and inexperienced, and meaning like you could have a young character, or you could have someone who just doesn't know any longer. Maybe they used to know, but they don't know what the rules are any longer. Because I see this in sometimes there are characters we see Hollywood doing this, where nostalgia characters, they're older now, and they are no longer in the game, and so when they return to their action, Batman is retired, but he comes back,
Cobra Kai.
John Wick literally takes a sledgehammer to break open the concrete to get his weapons out and stuff, even though I'm sure he could have just made a phone call, but whatever. But it's so symbolic, right? And now this character is back into the adventure, but they're not quite sure where they stand, what the rules are in this thing, and then they
totally
find out that people are hiding things from them on purpose. They're just naive, right? Yeah, Shadow says, it's naivete. It's just they just didn't know, and it could just simply be maybe they had a trusted individual, and then they realize they can't trust that individual any longer. And so I think sometimes that deception could be from a character that's on their side, a character that lies to them for the sole purpose of, I don't want you to go, I don't want you to get hurt, I don't want you to go down this dark path.
Totally.
The warrior that took forever for them to overcome their psychological issues, a family member wouldn't want them to go back into the war, air quotes, the war, and say, listen, don't pick up a gun. Don't defend the family. It's okay. We'll move. And the Western character's like, I'm putting on my 6-shooters. I'm getting my pump action shotgun and
Unforgiven.
Yeah. And some of the other characters like, please don't do this. And I think even when the character realizes that there's this deception, the reluctance to go into it. We've seen characters hesitate to arm themselves, but then they nod their head, they do a thing, and then all of a sudden they are outfitted from head to toe. And I think we see this a lot of times in stories.
Well, I think you're exactly on point, and that's why what I mean again by cult of deception is, like you said, even a friendly character might have a motivation without anyone telling them to mislead or to redirect. And I like to use the word redirect because it's less nefarious, it's less evil. Sometimes a character will redirect the heroine to protect her, or because they think they're doing a good thing, or maybe it's not their place to blow the lid off the secret. So it's without any central control. Sometimes there is this odd resistance to the heroine's passage through the labyrinth, and people, even neutral characters, even friendly characters, to your point, will redirect her or mislead her in some way. And it seems to happen on its own. And it seems to be very persistent for a lot of heroines to deal with.
Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, not to circumvent your talk with Heath, but uh, our Lando character lies about a situation to keep our characters basically safe. He didn't his intention wasn't really to hurt them. Yes, was somebody going to get hurt? Yes. But his intention was like, listen, I'll keep her safe. And maybe he might, I don't know this Luke kid, whatever. I don't know this. Take him. If I could just protect her, everything will be fine,
Yeah,
and then he realizes like, oh, shoot, I end up lying and helping this greater evil, the Master Minotaur, right? Didn't realize it. So the cult of deception is there.
And Cloud City is very Labyrinth-like. And Lando actually, like, I think everyone forgives Lando. I think we all followed his logic where he's like, if you think about it, if the Empire is coming, you might as well make a deal, because if you don't make a deal, you do not have a seat at the table. So he made a deal thinking it was a small bargain. And then Vader kept adding on, and he's like, okay, this is like getting out of hand. And then he tried to make things right. I mean, he ends up he destroys the Death Star. Like, he's the Luke Skywalker of Return of the Jedi. So he becomes Vader overlooks somebody who is a neutral character in essence, and became one of the great heroes of the whole Star Wars saga. So, but I think you're right. He was very deceptive, but I've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
You can appreciate the logic of it, like, that he was trying to play this a certain way and he didn't realize who he was dealing with, Darth Vader, who kept altering the deal.
Right. And we had a number of characters. I mean, Chewie and C-3PO, we get to see the visuals of the lie unfold before our other characters are confronted with it. So again, it's about writing and editing and things of that nature. So we as viewers go, oh no, it's a big lie. And now we're on the edge of our seats because now our main characters, they don't see it. And
correct.
And we get a visual of it, but our main characters don't see it. And so in many ways, the editing and writing might not coincide with going just from A to B to C. It's this blend of, like in horror movies, sometimes we see the horror before our main characters see it. Sometimes it's a jump scare, and and our characters and us get to see it at the same time, and so we're all affected by it. So
yeah, no, very, very good point. And I'll just say the last thing here about the cult of deception is there is usually one central deception that surrounds the Masked Minotaur. And I'll get to that when we get to the broken spell. But the central deception is part of that duplicity of the Masked Minotaur. The central deception is that the Masked Minotaur is good. Yeah. That is the lie. That is the big lie. The Masked Minotaur is good. So as the heroine begins to move through the labyrinth and break down a lot of the deceptions, or turn neutral characters back into her favor, as she becomes more competent and more capable and solves a lot of the issues, the cult of deception will start to narrow down to the central deception, the only one left, which is that the Masked Minotaur is good in this world. That'll be the final deception she'll have to break. Yep. So, but we'll get to that at the end.
So now let's move on to Chambers of Knowledge and Chamber Guardians.
So I would say these two are a little very related. And I've been saving this to say, you mentioned early that crime dramas or procedural sometimes follow the Labyrinth model, and you're 100% correct. In fact, whereas I said horror films also follow the heroine's labyrinth, however, they tend to minimize some of these archetypes and then maximize others, like Home is Battleground or the Masked Minotaur, Cult of Deception. Those might be magnified in a horror film. In a crime drama or procedural, Chambers of Knowledge and Chamber Guardians is one of the magnified archetypes, because as the heroine travels deeper inside her culture, she's now getting close to secrets that a lot of people are very touchy about. And especially in a crime drama, you have the heroine enter a room, okay, and there is a chamber guardian in that space. And almost always, the heroine will have to pass a social test. Something you said early when I think we were speaking backstage, the 5 dungeons
Yes. Yes.
had this pattern in it when you were showing it to me. I think one of them had something similar, that there's a riddle to be solved in one
Yes.
of the dungeons.
Yep. The 5-room dungeon method is you have an entrance and a guardian, and then you usually have some sort of trick or trap. You have to the characters have to navigate a thing that usually doesn't involve a monster, but
Right.
they are confronted with something that they have to uh, uh, intellectually or emotionally figure out.
Right.
And
And I would even add, or socially.
or social, yeah,
Um,
okay,
there
yeah,
are social tests sometimes where a chamber guardian is testing the social knowledge or even the etiquette. Do you know the procedure in this place? And if the heroine doesn't, her inexperience is showing and they get outmaneuvered. So, whereas a threshold guardian in the hero's journey is a belligerent sentry that blocks the hero's journey outward, a chamber guardian is more like an administrative trickster who obstructs the heroine from trying to access the knowledge inside the chamber. Now, chambers of knowledge are usually loaded with archetypal imagery. So, as a role player or a game controller or an author, have fun. Build out that chamber, because the more you look, I always think of the backstage of a theater. You ever see all the props just laying around? I love that because they're also archetypal. There's a horse head over there. There's a brick wall. There's a giant chess piece. There's all these things back there. Again, when I think of Silence of the Lambs, when she enters the yourself storage bay, there's
yes,
all these weird things in there, right? And there's a clue. There's a puzzle in there for her. She finds that moth head
yep,
in that guy's head. That he's been decapitated. She finds that thing. When she goes into the chamber to meet Hannibal Lecter, he is the chamber guardian. She's trying to get information from him, and he's toying with her. And he actually gives her a riddle. He's like, look inside yourself, Clarice. So he literally gives her a riddle, and that riddle leads her to the yourself storage bay, which is another chamber of knowledge. And there is a chamber guardian there. There's an old man, and she can't get the door up. So there was a little test there as well. So Harry Potter has tons of these. It's like a college setting. Each chamber has its own archetypal pattern of imagery in it, and a chamber guardian, which in the collegiate sense is a professor. But the chamber of knowledge and the chamber guardian are very specific tests. They're different from threshold guardians. I think it matches your 5 dungeon method very well, or at least part of this does. So, yeah, the heroine wants something, and the chamber guardian is running interference. So you can, again, with Silence of the Lambs, if the chamber guardian starts hitting on the heroine, now she's got to say no to this guy and still get the information she's looking for. That's a social test if I've ever seen one, and that's real life. That happens probably a lot. So she has to restore the function of the chamber, which is now the chamber guardian. Remember, they're supposed to be of service. So the chamber guardian has what I call it. They're there so long that they have a sense of ownership of the chamber. So they try to reverse the causality where the person coming into the chamber has to do them a favor. And the heroine's job is to reverse that and restore the function of the chamber, which is for the chamber guardian to bring her the information she's looking for, or he.
So how I see this in role playing, and this is very expansive. My thoughts about this, where the characters, this can very much embrace both the physicality, the intellectual, and the social aspects of playing in a role playing game. For
Totally.
example, there could be let's imagine this is a dark, seedy city. There's like thievery and murder and such, and the player characters are in this city, and they understand that there is a bad actor is in this city, and maybe they have to approach a crime lord and
Yes.
convince the crime lord of to work with them. We see this often. For some reason, Tom Cruise movie, The Firm, is coming into my head, where he's a lawyer and he's got to talk to these crime bosses because the crime bosses are employing these lawyers. And he doesn't know anything about crime and black market or anything, but he's got to convince them, I think, that they're being overbilled or something like that, whatever. But anyway, but he has to socially navigate this world, and at the same time he has to get paperwork to prove what he's saying. So and you just the classic image of him running down the street with a briefcase and navigating through train tracks and like a rail system or something, and the streets, and it's cold and all that kind of stuff. But I can also see this. Of course, it could be very physical. We often see this where a bouncer, our characters confront a bouncer or whatever, defenders to get into a room to. Basically, there's a physical confrontation to see someone, and then that person is like very civil. They're like, "Oh, well, you passed that test.
Correct.
What is it? What is it that we can talk about?" Even if they feel threatened, they're like, "Well, I don't want to fight because I don't, I'm just
the Matrix Reloaded."
Yeah,
the Matrix Reloaded. The tea room. He has to fight that guy, and then the guy goes, "You don't really know anybody until you fought them," and he becomes, like you said, he suddenly becomes very generous. He passed the test. And now the Chamber Guardian provides the next step or the information he's looking for. The Oracle in the Matrix is a Chamber Guardian. She gives him a test. She's like, "But you already know what I'm going to say." And he's like, "I'm not the one." He fails the test. To the Chamber Guardian of in the Matrix. The Oracle, she gave him, that was like a riddle that he did not solve. So another one is Kill Bill. She goes into room after room after room, and every room is characterized by combat. And it's some of the most spectacular combat you've ever seen. It's all indoors. She has to enter this room, and there's the chamber is loaded with its own archetypal imagery, its own style and theme, and she has to fight that Chamber Guardian and defeat them before moving on to the next one. So you're 100% right. It can be physical if you want it to be, if that's where your story goes.
Yes. And I think even I'm thinking of this from role playing, but I'm also thinking about this story wise. If our main characters fail and to get into the chamber, or they fail in adequately satisfying the Chamber Guardian when they get into the Chamber of Knowledge, then we have an escalation of danger. So there may be it's a police procedural, and the maverick cop punches and beats up all of the bodyguards to get into the place to threaten the crime lord in his club. Well, what does the crime lord do? Hey, listen, I'm going to open up my safe and I'm going to make a phone call and call some real heavy hitters, and they're going to come from out of town. And now they make it tougher for our main character as they go about trying to, navigate the labyrinth. So our hero did get the information, but the Chamber Guardians were pissed off.
Totally. Yeah.
and it
they
escalated,
did not. Yeah, they did not satisfy the Chamber Guardian, so the Chamber Guardian becomes hostile.
Yeah.
That's a great scenario that you just painted. I'm trying to think. Doesn't Batman do that? Doesn't he fight his way to the club? And no, I guess he gets the guy. He gets the guy and he drops him from the balcony.
Yep.
But again, the archetypal design here is that you are penetrating deeper and deeper into the native culture. So a room is a collection point for information, for knowledge, for a mode of life. And that room should be loaded with the archetypal imagery that suits that place, that form of knowledge and life. And the Chamber Guardian should be the master of that space. Like, this is their space, and you're coming into it, and you're going to have to pass a test if you're going to get what you want there. And in a lot of detective movies and procedurals, there's multiple trips to the same chamber. They fail with the Chamber Guardian. Chamber Guardian doesn't give them the information, and then they leave, only to come back later when they have more information, like, "You lied to me." And they try again to satisfy the Chamber Guardian in order to get the information.
Now, I'm also thinking of, well, you mentioned Batman. Batman often pisses the cops off. So
Yeah.
many times he breaks in, he steals evidence. He's threatened detectives before, and then them being the chamber guardians, they escalate the dangers against him. They want to arrest him. They
Yeah.
instead of going after the true criminal that Batman is trying to stop, they instead turn towards him,
Yeah.
complicating his life. We also see this with on the criminal element as well. Maybe Batman not so much, but I know Daredevil does this often, which we're going to go to Beast as ally in a minute. But we see Daredevil often knows many criminal elements on the street, lower level, and he has to get information from them to move on to the
Classic.
higher echelons. And sometimes they're okay. Sometimes he's a bit violent, and they try to make life even worse for him. So
Well, yeah, that's his solution to the test is physical violence.
yeah,
That's the last resort, though, right?
yep. Now these two just seem so very iconic. The
Yes.
Beast as ally and engages the fragile power.
Yeah,
And
these are big ones. Heroines. Now, here's what's interesting about the Beast as ally. A lot of heroines end up befriending a beastly, often masculine character who becomes friendly to the heroine. What's interesting about the Beast as ally is they're quite often a doppelganger to the masked minotaur. So, like the masked minotaur, who is half man, half beast with a dominant beast self, the Beast as ally is half man, half beast with a dominant human side. The beast is often confrontational with the heroine up front. He may even be attracted to her sacred fire, just like the masked minotaur. The difference is that the Beast as ally will eventually surrender his claim and honor the heroine's individual free will. That's a classic trope. So think of Beauty and the Beast with Belle. The Beast as ally is the beast, the most dangerous, monstrous character in there. The masked minotaur is Gaston. He is the one who, by the end of the film, becomes the most monstrous, murderous being out there when he is unmasked. So, but she thinks that the dangerous person is the Beast as ally, but he ends up befriending her. And the Beast even says, he doesn't try to capture her anymore. He's like, "You're free to go." He surrenders his claim, and that is a classic differentiation between what appear to be two similar characters. That the humanity of the Beast always rises to the surface. He's willing to let the heroine go her own way. He's willing to let her go and not capture her, even if his first instinct might be similar to the masked minotaur to try to capture her or monopolize her in some way. Tangled is another great example. Flynn Rider, very selfish character. Just like Mother Gothel, he wanted to use her, but by the end of it, he surrenders that, and he's like, "I don't want that from you. Do what you do. You do you. I'll let you be." And that's usually what wins the heroine over to like the Beast.
in the Black Panther movie, if I go backwards a little bit, um, T'Challa, Black Panther, is literally brought into the chamber where it's revealed to him, where he finds out about
Oh.
his father committing the murder, and Forrest Whitaker. He's wearing the royal purple, and he's the head
Mm-hmm.
of cultivating the heart shaped herb that turns him into the Black Panther's power. And the Forrest Whitaker character, he's basically the chamber guardian that kept this lie for
Mm-hmm.
this long and then confirms it. Yes, you spoke to your father. Now I can release the lie off of me. And then when we move into the Beast as ally, M'Baku, the Jabari tribe, and
Yeah.
he makes the joke about, like, I would, I'd feed you to my children. He's like, "No, I'm just joking. We're vegetarians," and it's hilarious. But he comes across in the very beginning of the movie really as like the antagonist. He's just like, comes in like barking, roof, roof, and
Yeah, he's menacing. Yeah.
yeah, and he shuts people up, and he's like, you're all wrong. You're all breaking the rules. He shouldn't be king. You let your father die. He's pointing out all the problems, and he looks like the character
Totally
you would
great point.
least want to go to. He's like not on anyone's side, and then we eventually find out that, like, M'Baku's funny, and he actually has a code which we see his code in the beginning of the movie aggressively, but then we find out that no, he's actually far truer to his code, the humanity side of himself,
Yes,
more than the aggressive, violent side of himself. That no,
totally.
I'm not king, because despite the fact that he's on death's door, T'Challa is still king. He's still the Black Panther. I'm not going to usurp his throne by illegal means or a non-traditional means or something like that, and even refuses the herb. Well, maybe you should take it. And he's like, no, that's not right. You know.
Hmm.
Yep. So
Yeah, that's a great point, because the Beast as ally is often very off-putting in the early going. We see the Beast side, which for the Beast as ally, the Beast side is a little bit more of a veneer, a persona that they use because it's helpful in the world. But like you said, their humanity is the most dominant part of them. So they will eventually, allow that to be just a persona and not. And a lot of Beasts as allies have an animal totem. So there is usually a totem or like a mascot or a pet or a friend that accompanies the Beast as ally. Like for Han Solo, it's the Falcon. The Millennium Falcon is his thing, because he is the Beast as ally to Princess Leia. He's, in the first scene with Leia, with the masked Minotaur, he's wagging his finger in Leia's face, and then right in the middle of the movie, Han Solo's like, "I'm not in this for your revel," so he's wagging a finger in her face. So you see a little bit of that mirror. They're both authoritative and talking down to her, but you see that Han Solo ends up kind of dropping that. And the Beast as ally, same thing with Black Panther. The Beast adopts the heroine's cause. That's one of the most fundamental aspects. Not only do they drop their veneer, not only is their humanity the most dominant part, because of those things, they adopt the heroine's cause. Or in the case with the Black Panther, they adopt the cause of the hero. So that is the Beast as ally. And they're great characters. They could be some of the most memorable characters in the story because usually they're very competent. They're very capable. Han Solo is very competent, capable smuggler and fighter. In Perfect Doppelganger, Terminator 2, the masked Minotaur, the disguised villain, is the T-1000. And the doppelganger is another Terminator, a T-800, who looks exactly like the masked Minotaur of the previous film. I mean, an exact doppelganger. He becomes her Beast as ally. He adopts her cause. He has the same machine-human equation there, but the humanity is dominant even in the machine version of the Terminator and T2. So Silence of the Lambs, they're both serial killers. The Beast as ally is actually Hannibal Lecter. The disguised or hidden Minotaur is Buffalo Bill. Buffalo, another animal totem for him. So it's just interesting how these two are so similar, and yet the Beast helps the heroine and joins her cause and becomes very useful and very compassionate usually. And usually they come through for the heroine or the hero. M'Baku, like you said, he comes through. He becomes critical to the success of the hero. So it's not just a random friend. This is an ally. This is someone who's going to be there when it counts.
To go back in time just a bit to show my age, there was a television show called Hammer, and in the show, Hammer was a detective, and he had a tenuous relationship with a crime lord, who was played by the actor that played Cisco in Deep Space Nine.
Okay.
And in the show, Hammer the detective always had to rely on his criminal friend, and his criminal friend had like a palatial penthouse, and there were animal carpets and tapestries and all kinds of things, and that actor, he had a great grunt. It had a ton of bass in his chest and stuff.
Really?
Yes, and he wanted to get the job because the show ended, and then he was hired on for Deep Space Nine. And Mike Hammer, that's exactly what I'm talking about there, Wayne. And he had to shave his face. Avery, you guys know in the chat the actor's name. So he shaved his face and grew hair on his head, and he did it for the job. And even the writers and the directors were like, something doesn't seem right. And so he went back to shaving his head and growing the goatee, and they were like, that's what we're missing. And he, as the actor, was like, you mean I didn't have to shave
That
my
is
face?
hysterical.
Yeah, they were like, there's something wrong here. I don't understand. And then he got his mojo in the Deep Space Nine. He really took off. His character really diverged away from the classic tropey Star Trek type. It became his own character. But in that television show, he was the beast as ally. He was a criminal. And here's this detective that's like, one day I'm going to get you, and he's like, yeah, okay, and that's how it would end. And they'd split up, and then the next episode they'd come back together, work together, and things. And he was a criminal, and he had a code of ethics.
Yes.
He did have a strong code of ethics. There are things you don't do, and you don't take advantage of certain types of people. And even though he was a criminal, you'd often see him, helping old ladies across the street and things like that, and helping homeless people and whatnot, even though he was a hardened criminal, but there were those things as well. So,
that's awesome though. But a code of ethics, that's why we like The Godfather. But I think a code of ethics is the humanity side. There's something we care about. There is still something sacred. Yes, I'm doing these violent things. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. These are illegal activities, but I have this other thing. I protect my family. I do that. I help the lady across the street. I help the guy who's about to fail at the grocery store, and I cover his bills, or I help the tenant out. There's this code of ethics. That's the humanity. And you're totally right. In this character, we forgive the beastly side of his enterprise because we really do like the human side of his enterprise, and he comes through when it counts. That's the big thing, coming through when it counts.
Well, I mean, that's it in Black Panther. That's why we liked M'Baku. He's funny, and even to this day, I kind of scratch my head a little bit and I go, he's just a regular human guy. Like, he doesn't have any superpowers or anything. It's like, wait, what? But he's ready to join in, and his people were down with him. And unfortunately, we had the passing of a great actor to play this character, Black Panther character. But some of the discussion was, yes, everyone comic book wise, and because they told us that she was related, they're like, well, sure, he should be Black Panther. But a lot of people were going, well, wait a minute, and M'Baku is a much better leader. He was literally chosen by his own people to be a king and fought for that position and almost won. Like, why wouldn't he be the second runner-up?
Man, that would have been interesting, man. If the sequel had M'Baku as Black Panther, that might have been really cool. I never even thought of that.
Okay. Wayne corrected me. Spencer for Hire. Avery Brooks played Hawk in that show. Hawk was his name. That's it, Spencer for Hire. And I'm thinking Mike Hammer, which, anyway, these were all police procedural shows that went one after another. T.J. Hooker and, Rockford Files. And yes, I'm a person of a certain age. Anyway.
Hey, right on, man.
Thank you. Oof. Ooh. And like Drew says, DS9 is still the best Trek in my opinion. And I really love that Cisco is a great dad in the show. Yes. And
awesome.
Yeah. And Cisco does some pretty terrible things, Star Trek world considered, but he's still a great dad, right? And so we see this out of that character. Beretta, yep. Beretta's the show. They're all old like me. Seasoned like myself. But yeah, seasoned. So let's get into engages the fragile power, and then I want to talk about how it relates to role playing. So
a beast is out. Okay, so the beast is ally, by the way, is so remember the heroine is usually someone who's been overlooked. So she's kind of navigating this labyrinth on her own, or if it's a hero, on his own. The beast is ally is a character that begins to legitimize the heroine, because although she may not have official authority, she is now getting people who recognize her authority. Ripley's a great example. Hicks is her beast as ally. Hicks acknowledges Ripley when he's like, yeah, well, let's take off and nuke the site from orbit. Suddenly, Ripley's suggestion now has endorsement from her beast as ally. And now Ripley's authority is growing, even if it's informal, it is growing in this story world, which brings us, and Ripley's another great example, engages the fragile power. I actually love this one. Heroines have an amazing knack for pinpointing someone who is small or childlike, who others overlook, like she has been overlooked, and she sponsors this person. And I think it's because she doesn't like the idea that people don't recognize value in other people. She doesn't like when she was overlooked. So here's her chance to flip the script. They overlooked you. I'm not. I am going to take you seriously, small, fragile power. In Aliens, it is Newt. The Marines are like, total brain lock. Don't worry about her. She's like, she takes the time to get to know Newt. By the end of the story, Newt is the one who leads them out of that labyrinth on LV-426. It is Newt who saves the day. So like the Beast as ally, the fragile power plays a critical role in the climax of the story as well. In Star Wars, R2-D2, Princess Leia entrusts the Death Star plans, the whole lifeblood of the rebellion and freedom to the galaxy, with a small, fragile power, R2-D2. And R2, of course, takes his mission very seriously and comes through for the heroine. He delivers the message. He gets to Ben Kenobi. In Lord of the Rings, in Return of the King, the last one, Little Mary, the Hobbit, he wants to go on and fight, and all the big guys are like, the length of your arm isn't going to be too helpful on the field. And they're all kind of laughing at him. And Lady Eowyn is like, how come he can't fight for those he loves? She gets a little offended by it because that's how she has felt. She brings Mary onto her horse and brings him out onto Pelennor Fields, which is a deadly engagement. This is a critical battle. When she's fighting the Witch King, it is Mary who stabs the Witch King in the back of the leg, and that gives her the moment to kill the Witch King. So heroines identify this. Princess Leia does it with Wicket in Return of the Jedi, a small childlike individual who ends up playing a pivotal role in the end. So the heroine not only tames the beast and brings out his humanity, she sees a small childlike or small insignificant character who she trusts and sponsors, who ends up rising up to the occasion as well. And these two characters, the beast as ally and the fragile power, create the authority for the hero. And I actually call it the feminine triad. It's a very powerful triangle where she creates an informal authority in the story world because these two people totally buy into her as a leader. So they're fun to watch. And if you're going to take it to role playing, I've actually played in games where fragile powers. I had a dungeon master in particular when we were playing D&D who loved fragile powers. There was always a small character who always had some little secret that would end up being really powerful.
It's awesome. Yeah. And side note, Wayne, I hope to do some other live streaming during this time in the evening because I'm up at, hella early. And Drew, we are getting to that. Let's see if I can pull this up for you. We are getting to we're getting to that a comment that you made where you're saying like is the heroine defends a fragile power, and yes, there is that point. Is it on this graphic here?
It is. Oh no, is it missing?
Yeah.
Ooh, I gotta have him fix that. You're right, it's missing.
It's
a Shield Maiden.
Shield Maiden moment. Ooh,
that's a big miss. I got so excited that this looked good, I missed that. Wow. Yeah, well, I can still cover it because it's a pretty exciting moment.
You would only have to move Atonement, Broken Spell, and maybe Home is Battleground.
Yeah,
one
I would
over.
Move Atonement up, right where you were, and
I would move Atonement to just to the left of center of the Labyrinth, and then Broken Spell I would just move into Atonement spot, and maybe Home is Battleground into the Broken Spell spot, and then put it right there.
Man, I can't believe that I missed. I was so excited that I thought this looked so colorful.
Yes, Drew. There's literally a called a Shield Maiden.
Yes,
the Shield Maiden moment. Yep.
And it is awesome. And guys do it too. I've actually noticed it in a couple recent movies where there is a male hero who does the Shield Maiden moment, and it's pretty heroic. Man, I'm glad we caught that.
Yeah. Oh man, that's shield maybe. It's pretty common. It's far more common than a little bit. Uh, a
It's
little
very
bit.
common. And there's sometimes there are very dramatic moments in the story, and it's not self-sacrifice. I'll make that point when we get to it, but the Shield Maiden is awesome.
Yeah.
And it could be to protect the fragile power. It often is. And by the way, talk about how like sometimes you make it up as you go, and then maybe there's an archetype there. When I wrote my story, I realized that there was a Shield Maiden moment where my Shield Maiden didn't do it. So I rewrote the chapter where she physically blocks that path, and it ended up being a great scene, and it created a lot more tension. So that's an example of winging it and then finding the moment and building it out to meet the archetype. It's a good 1-2 punch.
Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah. So with the Beast as ally and the fragile power for role playing, I can see this happening in a role playing game by offering a situation can be set up where the players may surface wise may feel that they don't have any options, and some of the most fun can be had when the players um, gets they acquire allies that are unlikely to be allies. So
Totally.
oftentimes there's an old module. These were adventure paths. They used to be called modules back in the day, and they were maybe 5 to 20 pages long, and inside of them they had different characters. And there's one made in like the 80s that was a lone kobold in a cave somewhere, and that kobold begs for his life. Like the players could go into the adventure and kill this one kobold, but the kobold begs for his life. And if you don't kill the kobold becomes an ally and starts
Oh,
navigating with the players to point out different dangers, and maybe even speak on the player's behalf because they're adventurers in the dark caves or whatever. I don't remember the adventure, but the name of the kobold, and I don't remember the name of the kobold, but it is a tongue not tongue in cheek, but it's like an inside baseball character that has come up again and again. Other writers have captured that character and picked up that character and put them in their own adventures to continue the legacy of this lone kobold that just somehow is always down in their luck or something.
oh, that's pretty cool.
And I could see in a role playing game to maybe build in or at least allow ourselves the option that when the players keep accelerating or escalating the danger against themselves, that they find themselves maybe having to parlay or find other NPCs, unlikely NPCs that become that help them in their journey. It's the idea of maybe there's a pickpocket or a forger. We see
Yes.
this in crime movies where the lowliest criminal somehow helps the hero navigate to get to the big prize. So they are able to talk their way into I don't know, the crime lord's having a meeting in a restaurant, and they're like, "Will you wear a wire? I don't want to, but whatever, put this on." And then they're the lowliest of low, and they come in and they play pool or
Yes.
whatever, and the crime lord is standing right there, or they're playing cards or whatever, and the lowliest of low, sweat pouring from their face, and their armpits are getting soggy, and now in dark dramas they end up getting caught, but they often either don't say anything or they say something over the microphone or whatever that gives away a clue that our hero is able to capitalize on. But we often see or maybe there's a character introduced earlier in the story, a clerk, a secretary, a butler, a doorman, that our character circles back to, and then that lowly character has a key to let them in the back door, has a way to
Yeah.
let them into a secure location because they have a passcode. They drive an automobile and speak on the character's behalf to go through a security gate because the character is in the trunk or the back seat or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah, I see this character, and I think sometimes in writing or visual display, we often sometimes see these characters shown in the beginning, and they may be innocuous at first, and then we realize,
Right.
like the Beast is ally. M'Baku is in the Black Panther movie is shown in the beginning, and he's the antagonist, and we go, oh, we don't
Yeah.
like him. He goes away, and then later on, we got to come back to this character, and the Black Panther's mom is like, we've been kicked out. We had to run for our lives. This is the last place we want to ask for help, but we need your help. And he's like, yeah, I know it. Yeah, yeah, you came to me. We weren't the first people you came to, but now that you need my help, and he throws it in their face. But he was going to help them anyway. But he realizes, once he rubs it in their noses, then he helps them out, in a big
Yeah.
way. So I think the fragile power also, sometimes we may see this as a small animal,
Yeah. 100%.
small robot. A Sometimes it may be something that's generally around the in the setting, but maybe it's kind of broken down or kind of older, or of course R2D2 and BB-8 kind of fill that role,
Yep.
where because BB-8 looks like this small little innocent thing, and he's asked to do things, and he wants to hang around, and everyone's like, BB-8, go this way, no, go that way, and he's trying to keep up with everyone, and then we find out that he has more to do. We hope that he has more to do in the story than just look cute. R2D2 carries the plans, and
Yes.
is very important in carrying those plans, and he's just like, yes, ma'am, I'm going to go off and do this thing, and is very proud, and in many ways he's the awakened AI in a world where there are no awakened AI.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, because we assign personality to C3PO and R2D2
Mm-hmm.
when we don't assign personality to many of the other robots. I mean, over time, yes, they have funny behaviors and things, but really, when we were first introduced to them, R2 has a person, like R2 has
For sure.
motivation and meaning, and you almost see him like a squire that's just graduated and has
Yeah.
the iron, the pot on their head is tilted to the side, and the wooden sword. It's like, yes, ma'am, I'm going to go off.
A squire. That's a good description. I like that.
Yeah. So, but I think in a role playing adventure, introducing maybe some characters that could possibly help the player characters navigate. Maybe there's like the city of darkness that's with the thievery and crime. Maybe there is a pickpocket that, are they a criminal? Sure. But maybe they lead the characters around and navigate them to the, well, you don't want to trust this clan. You want to trust this other crime family because they hold to their word. They don't lie, where the player characters may not understand that. R2 is human. Well, yes.
Well, and a good scenario also for role playing with the fragile power sometimes is they're a liability. You have to take this character and bring them with you and protect them, and they're not a proficient fighter, so they're irritating because they're not helpful until they are, and then they're really helpful because they solve one of the big ones. But I think I played one time where it's funny you mentioned the pickpocket. I played one where this one character was a kleptomaniac, so he was constantly stealing from us. But he was really good at getting into places. So you dealt with it. It was kind of funny that you said pickpocket. I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly right.
I barely remember this. Drew says, in Zootopia, the masked Minotaur tries to come across as a fragile power. And I'm trying to remember all the characters in Zootopia, because of course, in Zootopia, the characters are animals, and they fall into the stereotypes of what those animals would be like, except our main character's a rabbit who is trying to, she's trying to be a police officer of a different caliber. Than being a rabbit, trying to break the mold, and that's like a physical representation of trying to break the captivity bargain of the society.
Yes,
and navigate.
Exactly. That's totally true, and I'm losing some of the details, but I remember studying Zootopia a while ago, and it did fit the Heroine's Labyrinth rather well. But I'm drawing a little bit of a blank on some of the details. I liked it. I remember, and Judy Hopps, I think it was a heroine-centric story. And she has the beast as ally, which is the fox.
Yeah.
But I would have to, I'm going to rewatch that one because that was a good one with good examples in it.
I'm thinking in my head, like, I really enjoyed that movie, but I'm losing the details on it.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, so so we have the end of this act 2. We have the broken truce, and
Yes.
where describe that.
So the broken truce is a very critical one. This is what ends Act 2 and moves into Act 3 in a general sense. The broken truce is where the heroine breaks the captivity bargain. She is no longer pretending to conform to or to honor the native culture's claim and or the masked minotaur. And that's why there's a police car, because there's a sense of enforcement to it, that the native culture is turning against the heroine. This happens a lot where the heroine is on the run. I love the Clone Wars and the animated series for Star Wars, and Ahsoka Tano has a great 4-part series where she becomes a fugitive after she's kicked out of the Jedi Order. It's a classic broken truce, and it's wonderful. But in that movie Labyrinth, we were just talking about it on Heath's channel. There's a little medieval village. All the villagers are marshaled against the heroine Sarah. In Beauty and the Beast, the villagers are marshaled against Belle to attack the Beast's mansion. But and Thelma and Louise is actually a dominant theme. The broken truce. The police are after the two heroines completely because they're not they're not conforming to what is expected of them in their native culture. So the broken truce is where you say, I'm not going to go by the rules. I'm not going to pretend to follow the rules. I am claiming my sacred fire. I am going this route, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. So the heroine risks all that. And I made the case the other day that Star Wars, although it's a classic hero's journey story, Luke does not show up for 17 minutes into the story. And the story opens with a broken truce between Princess Leia and her native culture. She's got the sacred fire of the rebellion that she loves and cares about. She's trying to escape with it, and bearing down on her. It's not a police car, but it's the Imperial version of it, a Star Destroyer, bearing down on her to capture that sacred fire. So it's a very serious moment. It's one of the more dangerous moments for the heroine. No one's cooperating with her, and even neutral characters will sometimes turn against her. Minor allies might have to, say, hey, I can't help you, or even turn against the heroine during this phase. But she and the native culture are outright fighting at this point. And that's the broken truce. And that's a critical moment. And that's why I think the captivity bargain is so important. If you have a captivity bargain that no one likes, we will like the broken truce because the heroine fights back.
That's awesome. In Black Panther, we actually have a scene where we go character to character in the scene which would become the broken truce. So what happens is T'Challa's given the heart-shaped herb, comes back. It's the Black Panther, but sitting on the throne is Killmonger.
Yes.
Now, according to their traditions, Killmonger has basically beat up Black Panther, supposedly killed him, and is now king. So Black Panther comes back and wants to take the throne back and kick him off the throne. And we go to each of the characters that represent the different factions in Wakanda about their opinions about this.
That's right.
And each one of them makes different decisions. Okoye, very cool character, but she says, she basically says, I can't go with you. I can't help you because I am loyal to who sits on the throne.
Perfect example.
And she only changes her mind of serving Killmonger when T'Challa comes back. When the true Black Panther comes back,
there you go.
He goes, oh, you're like, it's almost a sweat wiping moment where she's like, finally, I get to serve a real king. Like now I'm gonna, because she was reluctant, but she decided not to leave the side of the throne.
She serves the system, the native culture. So she has a a very defined role. And so she's a favorable character who turns neutral during the Broken Truth. So that's a great example, actually.
Yeah. And then each of them, M'Baku basically says, yes, I'll fight on your side to put you back on the throne to T'Challa. The other characters, they each choose a side to be on.
Yes.
And we find out that, I can't remember the character's name. They were the border tribe. They wore the blue wraps and they had like shields. And he basically says, no, you didn't defend Wakanda correctly. You let vibranium get out, and and they had the rhinos, and they end up fighting on the side of, or at least partnering with Killmonger's goal, and that is to take their technology and to basically dominate the world and expose themselves. And then by that moment, they would take weapons to everyone hidden around the world and dominate. So there was each character makes their decision as to which side they're going to be on. With Okoye, not technically, she ultimately changes sides through a technicality, which she was happy for the technicality because she kept fighting on the side of the good guy. But yes, we actually see a Broken Truth moment in that fact, that which made, looking at this, it made me think about the Black Panther movie, and I was like, this is a Labyrinth.
Yeah,
Heroine's Labyrinth storyline where we come around and see it. And moving into the end of that chapter, moving into the next one where you have the poisoned apple, I feel like how the writers came about this was showing the spiritual plane in the movie.
Yes.
When he gets to speak with his father, and he speaks with him initially, and then he ends up speaking with his father later, finds out the secret. And even
when he takes the herb,
yes, each time each character takes the herb, they go into the spirit plane and have some kind of significant connection with an ancestor, because Killmonger goes into the spirit realm and he sees his dad, and he's in Compton or whatever, South Central LA. He doesn't see the nature and all that kind of stuff, and he speaks with his dad there. So we get the unconscious needing to make a decision, and T'Challa decides to change the traditions. When he comes back,
yes,
in his mind, he says, you know what, we're not going to be insular, we're not going to be enclosed, and my father had these rules that have been around for generations, but I'm not going to follow those rules. So they use the same aspect. Maybe not so much this was caused by an enemy. Well, yes and no, because he was on death's door. So in order to come back, he had to go to the spirit plane. But
there's the classic, or the most common usage of one of these archetypes, and then there's variations. Mm-hmm. So it's just interesting that at this point in the story, part of the archetype of the poisoned apple is an altered state, or an unconscious heroine, or hero in this case. So the fact that he took something that altered his state, it's also usually injected, inserted, like it's something internal. So if he took, by taking that herb, that matches the symbolism of a poisoned apple. If it alters his state, that matches the symbolism. And in the classic sense, the poisoned apple is delivered by the masked minotaur as a means of knocking out the hero or heroine and reclaiming them. That's the full classic poisoned apple. But you'll get variations of them. In Aliens, it's the facehugger. Facehugger is delivered by the masked minotaur, which is Burke. It delivers something internal. It would make the heroine unconscious. She fights it off, and this one's a living thing. It's literally trying to grab her, but it's always something internal, and it's something that is usually done to recapture the heroine. In Black Panther, though, it sounds like it wasn't the masked minotaur that delivered it. It sounds like it shows up at the same point in the story. So the timing is pretty interesting, but it's something ingested, so it's internal, and it alters his state and renders him unconscious. So in this case, though, you say he's getting information from his father. a spirit. It sounds like a spiritual connection is being made. Plus, information is a secret is being delivered, or unveiled.
Yeah. Oh, and how should I say? Prior to that, our masked minotaur, Killmonger, of course, threatens him and wants the kingdom, but he expresses why he wants the kingdom, and this is where during the Black Panther's heyday, people were saying like Killmonger's actually kind of right. A lot of people were making the argument that he was right. I argue that he's wrong because we are shown that he is a despicable person. Kills his girlfriend, kills an ally, destroys the heart-shaped herb, says that he wants to burn everything down in tradition. He ends up killing the caretaker of the heart-shaped herb. So he does despicable things. And he outwardly says, we're going to enslave the world, right? We're going to enslave the world like they enslaved us. So it's just one evil meeting the other. But he, in a classic sense, with a gendered heroine, we often have our Minotaur say to our heroine, join me.
Yeah.
In pulp action, it was marry me, be by my side, be my betrothed.
Yes.
You'll see that I'm really a good person, even though they keep doing horrible things. We often see them. The young lady is often redressed, meaning like she's in a gown, she's in maybe garb befitting someone who would be by the side of our master minotaur, whatever that might be. Of course, slave Leia, that's a common imagery, but we often see that in pulp action where the heroine is captured, or there's a princess is kidnapped and she's of course given a different outfit and stuff, and that's a damsel in distress thing. But I think in a more modern context, we see our masked minotaur trying to make a final deal with our main character. Listen, we're at a stalemate, but we could join together. The dirty cop goes to the good cop and it's like, listen, this is why I did it. Look the other way. Let me go. Serial killers versus the hunter who goes after the serial killer. You're just like me. You're, or leads them down a path where you've done terrible things just like me. We're not so different, are we? Batman is classically this way, where Batman's villains often make the analogy that we're just alike. You're just as crazy as I am. You're just as obsessed as I am. And a lot of Batman stories talk about or show his obsession with crime, and like he's a little bit too obsessed, never enjoying himself, pushing his body to limits that normal people would never do, and things like that. So we do get a bit of the poisoned apple, broken truce blending editing, where Killmonger says what his intentions are. It affects Black Panther. He ends up getting, I'll say, transitioned. He's almost killed. And then he gets the heart-shaped herb to bring him back. That's where he transitions to the spiritual realm, where he learns the secret and decides, I'm not going to follow either one of you. I'm not going to keep the secret, but I'm also not going to follow Killmonger. I'm going to do something else. And
you're totally right. It's a final effort to convert the heroine to the view of either the native culture or, in this case, the masked minotaur. So that is very well said. You mentioned Batman. In Batman Begins, he has that blue lotus flower. Remember, they knock him out and disorient him while his house is on fire. Yeah. So it is interesting how it repeats. So like you said, in Black Panther, there is a variation of it that has some of the elements, and it's important to recognize that those elements still match up, but it may not have all the elements, and that's fine. That happens all the time, where the archetype is modified to suit the story, and that's how it should be. Obviously Snow White is a classic example of the poisoned apple. You can even make the case that Adam and Eve, it's a masked minotaur that convinces her to eat the apple. It's a half man, half beast type of character there, and she has the poisoned apple, and humanity's fate is sealed in that scenario or in that story. But you do see the imagery a lot. It's in Star Wars when they capture Princess Leia. That mind probe has a shot on it. They're gonna stick her. It's internal once again, and they're gonna try to extract the sacred fire of the rebellion out of it. And yeah, so the conversion is one scenario. The other is an extraction where they forcibly try to take something from the heroine. Like in Star Wars, they're trying to forcibly take the plans. In Maleficent, he poisons her. He gives her that poison and he cuts off her wings. That's a poisoned apple where he takes her sacred fire from her. And that's why the taking something without consent has some pretty strong symbolism to it. And it's strong symbolism, and it does occur in archetypal terms. Even the facehugger in Aliens is very strong in that regard, in forcibly attacking. In fact, impregnating.
There was an interview with H.R. Geiger.
The designer
explains what the facehuggers are, and it's pretty nasty. But
it's pretty awful.
It's awful. Yeah, he's like, he was trying to describe how he could physically represent assaulting men, and the imagery is a combination of male and female.
Yes, that's right.
With hands and stuff. Yeah, it's so disturbing. Well, his artwork is disturbing anyway. I mean,
it is very disturbing.
It's very disturbing, and I'm thinking in my head like, I was already bothered by it. Now that I have this information, it just makes it worse.
It does, man. Like I remember seeing it and being like, man, who thinks of this? This is so weird. You're totally right.
Yeah.
But that's why I do think the facehuggers meet the definition almost exactly of a poisoned apple in some of the worst stark terms there. So, but there is either convert or to extract. By convert, usually the conversion effort. Remember, the conversion worked in the captivity bargain, at least partially, and then she's broken the truce, and now the Minotaur is really dropping the hammer here with the poisoned apple. Be like, nope, you're coming with me. You don't see it yet. I'll take whatever it is you have that I wanted in the first place. Because remember, the masked Minotaur is attracted to the sacred fire of the heroine or the hero, whatever it is that that hero or heroine has. A great example of have you ever seen Amadeus?
Yeah.
80s movie. That's one where Mozart plays the role of the heroine and Salieri plays the role of the masked Minotaur. Writing godlike music was the sacred fire, and Salieri tries to steal that from him. There's a scene at the end where he tricks him into writing music for him and everything. So that's an example of how even male characters can have the sacred fire that is desired by somebody else, and they try to take it or convert them by force. In the case of the poisoned apple, in a lot of cases.
I think this last part, because Anonymous here says a spiritual revelation, and Drew goes into like a dark reflection of the protagonist is very common trope, and we see with very good writing that the dark reflection, we sometimes may question our protagonists whether they are still the protagonist, right? Like a really good writer will make us maybe feel for the criminal and, not like the authority trying to stop them. Or we see drama stories where our hero is going too far to accomplish a goal. And we feel like, you're hurting too many people to get to this end goal. Maybe you shouldn't. Very commonly, kids that are absolutely brutal to their parents. I've always hated you. I wish you would die or something. And they storm out of a room, and we're sitting there shaking our heads like, really? Did you have to go that far to the? But I think I don't want to say terrible writing, but comic books, what happens? We have basically a mirror version of our hero. So, Black Panther has a fights a mirror version. Ant-Man fought Yellow Jacket. The Hulk fights Abomination. Captain America has the Winter Soldier. Like, comic book wise, basically they just make a duplicate of that person's abilities. but I think a good writer does a dark version of what if our protagonist, our hero, went down the wrong path. What
Yes.
decision, it's just a fine line between which decisions they would make. And then I think that makes those characters more compelling. And then we feel good about our protagonist making the right decision. Like, woo, I hope, if I ever get in that position, I hope I make the right decision too,
Yeah.
those kind of things. So, yeah. And then when we see them fail, we feel to ourselves, yeah, I would fail in this too. Or maybe we wouldn't fail. We figured, oh no, don't do that. Don't believe them. And the poisoned apple moment can sometimes be the moment where they make that decision to go down the correct path or right path or the path that they chose for themselves.
Well, or it's also the moment where the masked minotaur is kind of revealing that he's willing to cross a line with a poisoned apple. So it's kind of like they succeeded at convincing the heroine of a captivity bargain early. Now she's breaking. It's a broken truce. Now we're gonna, now we're gonna get serious. I'm gonna get a little bit more forceful, like Mother Gothel says in Tangled. Okay, so I guess now I'm the bad guy. She's about to do things that are a little bit harder to justify. Like you said, you're hurting too many people. Now you're crossing some lines. The poisoned apple is one of those lines that are crossed on the part of the masked minotaur, where now they're doing things without consent. They're tricking the heroine into unconsciousness. Like we said, there's symbolism there that is clearly in the realm of evil. So the poisoned apple, in a classic sense, is the crossing of the line by the masked minotaur. Now they are moved to take a little bit more of an extreme measure to make sure that they keep the heroine and her sacred fire for themselves. That's usually the case.
All right. So now we're getting into now we're into Act 3, the poisoned apple, and now we're going to get into like the unmasking and home as battleground, and of course the Shield Maiden moment.
Shield Maiden, which we caught
Shield Maiden. Yeah. But anyway, the unmasking.
Yeah. So Act 3 is where, in Act 1, the heroine was trying to kind of navigate the labyrinth, learn the rules, and be accommodating and agreeable, let's say. In Act 3, she begins to deviate, but she does it kind of secretly, and she's gaining information. She's gaining allies and heroic partners. And by the end of Act 2, she has broken the truce. Now she has taken a path. She is out in the open, and she is moving away from what everyone else wanted, and she's doing her own thing. The masked minotaur has made a serious effort to recapture and reclaim the heroine. And by doing so, it usually sets up an archetypal event called the unmasking, where the heroine unmasks. You are not good. Remember, the central deception was that the minotaur is good. So the unmasking is the heroine declaring, you are not good. Bells famously says in Beauty and the Beast, he's no beast, Gaston, you are. That's an unmasking type of a statement. It's where the mask comes off. The heroine is acknowledging it. She's calling out the villain. She's like, your fake side, your good side. You've shown me that is just a disguise. You're the social apex. That's a disguise. You're actually this terrible villainous person. So the unmasking is very important, because this also sets up a kind of a classic confrontation between the minotaur and the heroine.
I don't know if the spy network would be considered the poisoned apple, because it would have to be something that happened to Batman or Bruce Wayne.
Right. Joker. The poison apple should be something, a physical, internal attack. It's actually an attack. So if you look at the poisoned apple and see it as a weapon, a very specific type of weapon, it's an attack of disguise. And it's meant to bypass the hero or the heroine's ability to fight back. In fact, Kill Bill, remember, she tracks him down to the end and he pulls out that dart gun and shoots her. He knocks her out. He bypasses, and she's a capable warrior. He bypasses all that in an effort to try to convert her with a long-winded kind of role play of mom and dad with the kid. The closest thing that I could think of off the top of my head with Batman is that lotus flower. It disorients him. And at the end, when Ra's al Ghul is unmasked as the villain, because remember, he was in disguise, he shoots that into Batman, and he's completely disoriented, and he has to kind of calm himself in order to fight off Ra's al Ghul's henchmen.
I was thinking, yeah. Oh man, they're making me think. So, I also think, especially with since we're moving into our third act, that
Yeah.
that sometimes with more action oriented storytelling, and I mean the medium of movies and television, especially, that the the poisoned apple moment might be one of where we're putting our character into a state of confusion. So what I mean
Yeah.
by that is, like, maybe in high tech, someone's brain is uploaded into a computer system and they have to figure out how to, they put them through a nightmarish digital hellscape or something. They could be dehydrated, exhausted, tortured, beaten.
Yes.
A, they are physically transformed by putting where our masked minotaur put them in a situation where they are no longer physically who they are in an action sense, in an action storytelling.
Well, one of the
Rather than
variants is disorientation. In Hunger Games, she gets stung by those tracker jackers.
Yeah.
It's very similar. She gets very disoriented. She's vulnerable. So, like we said, the poisoned apple a lot of times makes the hero invulnerable, and that's why that dangerous, evil symbolism is there. In Silence of the Lambs, just flipping off the lights. It's not internal, but she becomes disoriented. She can't. She's a capable warrior. She has a gun. She's an FBI agent. He turns off the lights. He's literally wearing a mask. It's a night vision goggles, and she's visibly disoriented. He bypasses her ability to fight back. And he even reaches out to her at one point, which is like, I want your sacred fire. And what the Minotaur really wanted was femininity, her feminine essence. The Minotaur wanted to become a woman, actually. So he's reaching out for that sacred fire that she has right before he's about to kill her. But I would say the poisoned apple in that case is disorientation, which is what I think you're describing, which they're not necessarily unconscious, but they're clearly unable to fight back. It's still a similar pattern in the masked minotaur circumventing the heroine's free will.
Yeah, and Thomas Anderson and Drew and Radier, I'm going to pronounce it that way, having a conversation about the Dark Knight, and he does something that compromises his morality, right? So he kind of pushed to compromise in order to find the Joker. Uses a thing that uses all feeds into all the cell phones over the city to find the Joker, and that is also the thing that causes his disorientation.
See, that's true. That's true. It does cause disorientation. So that's an interesting angle. I think that him using surveillance is a little bit more of a broken truce, because that's him breaking cultural values to an extreme extent. However, that's an interesting point that you make. Whoever said it, does. I mean, it doesn't blind him at one point.
Yeah, and he's warned by
beating on him.
Yeah, and he's warned by Fox. This is dangerous. Don't do it. And then when he leaves, he gives him the message. After I do this, here's the code to undo what I've done. So I don't want to say compromise in the story. What I'm saying is it's one of the few times Batman is weak, and it's when he circumvents his morality to do a thing.
Well, and the Joker says when they're in the interrogation room, he's like, you have rules. And he's like, and that's the rule you're going to have to break. So it does establish that the Joker is trying to break Batman's morality down. And the rule he's talking about is Batman doesn't kill people, right? That's usually Batman's rule. However, knowing that that's how the Joker thinks, mass surveillance is obviously a breach of everybody's rights in the native culture. So Batman is breaking his moral code by doing that. So that's interesting. There is a case that is a poisoned apple of a type in that the Joker caused Batman to break such an egregious cultural rule in order to track him down. Because even Lucius Fox is like, I'll do this thing and then you can accept my resignation. Like, it's clear that this is immoral enough to even for an ally to back out, to withdraw from supporting Batman.
Right. And we're not going to go down this rabbit hole, but yeah, the idea of, the Batman doesn't kill people, and it's like,
there's a couple.
Well, let's just say that he doesn't commit murder, but there have been plenty of people that have died. Let's not. Yes, I know in comic books and things they'll show people. I don't know. They parachute out of planes and helicopters to show they didn't live. But listen, when he does a 3-story drop with his knees into somebody's chest, that's when he takes a grenade and shoves it down someone's pants and pushes down the elevator shaft.
You're awfully close.
Listen, he's a pretty violent dude. There's some internal injuries he's given people that I'm sure they did not recover from. So now, did they deserve it? And were they defenseless? No, he'll never hit someone defenseless. But you pull a weapon, especially against an innocent person, I don't know.
No, there's definitely a lot of gray area with Batman. I think the idea is he doesn't just headhunt.
Yes.
To murder the villain or the bad guy. I think that's the general idea that he tries to follow.
Right.
But yeah, there's tons of examples where you're like, that guy's dead.
I know. And it's a comic trope, right? Like this hero never kills, and then they show that, of course, he literally never kills.
He's got like a body count of 306.
Yeah, but I mean, I look at that with a little bit of tongue in cheek, like, well, it would.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, but now, I know. He did blow up a big warehouse in a movie. Not even a movie, in the comic books, though. I'm like, he's pretty violent. But I appreciate the Joker character is his dark parallel, and it allows us as the reader to be able to look at the Batman character differently by having another character point out either his flaws or his morality or lines he won't cross, so that we can recenter ourselves with Batman. He's just not this vengeful spirit. It's like, oh, he does have a code and he does have these things, and allows us to
well, good villains also, even if we don't agree with them, they make their case in a way that makes us go, oh, they kind of have a point. Like, we're not going to go all the way and say, yeah, the villain's right, but they'll make a case enough that makes us go, well, like even Thanos. I remember my buddy when we were watching, he's like, Thanos is right, and I'm like, wow, he's killing trillions. I don't think. He's like, well, I would never do that. But what it was signaling to me is that Thanos made a point that made sense, but the normal person, would not go all the way with that plan to annihilate half of life in the galaxy. Just like you said, Killmonger, he had a reason why he wanted to do what he wanted to do, and there's a case to be made. However, are we going to do this? The good guy should say no, right? Batman, the Joker makes his case against Batman. Everyone loses their mind when Joker's got some phenomenal dialogue in The Dark Knight where he's judging the morality of society as a whole, and basically says, you're all guilty. You're just you think these rules will protect you, but they won't. And we're like, that's probably true. But would we go all the way to blow up a cruise ship, one or the other? Probably not.
Right. Drew put it very succinctly. Yeah, in the Punisher comics, when he argues with Daredevil, or basically when both versions of Batman argue with each other. Yeah, that's and also listen, that's while we love those characters interacting, it's us as the reader being able to go, I wonder what side I would be on, right? It gives us a little bit of a look into that. And I think with this in the Heroine's Labyrinth, it's a story could be told where our heroine goes down the wrong path, or is led down the wrong path, and then has to recenter herself or themselves or whatever to say, I'm going far, but I can't go that far.
Yes.
In a drama series, the teenager that says all the wrong things against their family members wants to run away and then realizes, you know what, I really do love my family. I can't go so far as to have my family annihilated. And when I say annihilated, like to have them robbed or killed or to go bankrupt or something like that, they may no, I will return home to protect my family, even if I don't want to be around them or with them. And then they recenter themselves and they go, well, I just wanted my freedom. I didn't really want to lose my family. I wanted one, but I didn't want to do the other.
I think that's great. I always like when characters flirt with their own dark side, but have the ability to pull it back. And again, that's usually a signal that the humanity is more dominant in that person. It's the villain that goes all the way with the most atrocious plans. And that's what makes them the villain. They go all the way with it, and they leave a wake of destruction behind them, and they're willing to do that. Whereas a hero or heroine might be like, you got a point, but that's not the way to solve it. Or I understand, but you can't kill 1 trillion people,
Exactly.
So very good.
Sorry, to send us back into the unmasking. There is now, this is very common, and unfortunately, this is in our real life as well. But something that really bothers me about the unmask, not your definition of the unmasking, but the unmasking in stories, is that our hero unmasks this person to the public, but the problem is everybody knows sometimes that the masked minotaur is already bad. It just took somebody to step up and go, here's why they're bad, and here's the evidence. Hey, everybody. And then it frustrates me because everyone else in the story is patting themselves on the back like, yeah, she sure is right. And I'm going, what, you bastards. You left this character out there in the cold. You knew that.
Well, so I have thought about that, because the unmasking is not sufficient to end the tyranny of the villain. So what's interesting is it takes a couple rounds in heroine-centric stories, and I think there is some hidden wisdom in here. Again, archetypally so, meaning it's inherent to this pattern. The unmasking is a point where the heroine's like, you're the villain. And like you said, there are people like, we suspected that. Yes, there's all this bad stuff, but the Minotaur is still powerful. And if the Minotaur defeats the heroine, he's going to turn and look at all those people. They're going to be like, hey, whatever you say, boss. They're going to go back.
Yeah.
So the unmasking is the point where there's an opportunity to convince everybody that the Minotaur is bad. However, the Minotaur can restore himself after the unmasking if the heroine is unsuccessful. So it is simply a step toward defeating the Minotaur if that's the main case of the story. So, and that's what feeds into home as battleground. So once the unmasking occurs, where the dominant beast side of the Minotaur is revealed to all, that's not enough to turn neutral characters against him usually. That's enough for some neutral characters maybe to shift over to the heroine, but some, concerned that the Minotaur might win, might stay back and stay neutral because it's about power. And if the Minotaur reestablishes his power, then, status quo. We'll just go back to normal. Everything's fine. At least we know how to operate in the world where the Minotaur is in charge, kind of thing. So, and that's what leads to home as battleground. And I found this one extremely fascinating because the hero usually ends in the hero's journey with one-on-one combat, far from home. A lot of heroine stories, there's a battle right inside her household, either in a house, on home turf, or inside her very home. And there's something very psychologically disturbing about that. You like in Black Panther, it's for the fate of Wakanda. It's right there in the heart of Wakanda. In Revenge of the Sith, you see Yoda and the Emperor fighting right in the Senate House. I mean, these are the sacred grounds of the native culture. A lot of horror stories obviously have home as battleground. Again, in Kill Bill, Where's the center of the labyrinth? It's a residential home where her daughter is. Silence of the Lambs inside a residential home. So a lot of these heroines will track the Minotaur back to a home or home-like environment and have the battle right there. And there's something disturbing about having such a violent contest in the inner sanctum of our native culture. Places that are supposed to be safe. In the Terminator, he attacks her home. She's not there, but he storms into her home. And then what does she do? She goes to the safest place she could think of in the native culture, a police station. And this guy does not care. He goes right in there, man. It was one of the scariest scenes I ever saw as a kid. I was like, what do you do now? You're not safe in the police station? Because how many movies have we said, like, just go to the police, just go here, go to this safe place. And the characters never do. She goes and it's like, oh, she's safe there. This guy just marches right in. So the invasion of that inner sanctum is psychologically horrifying. And it's distinctly different from what heroes usually do in on the hero's journey.
And while I see we're going down a political path in the comment section, which I'm not going to, but I will state this though, especially for role playing games, because we're a role playing game channel.
Yes,
that the unmasking I could see. Okay, role playing games are basically a run on story. I've heard it's been described as a tiny Act 1 and a super run-on Act 2. It's just Act 2 over and over again in different iterations, because Act 3 is when the character retires or is dead or you just stop playing. It's the end of the adventure. But Act 2 is going on and on and on. And I could see the unmasking could reveal that the masked Minotaur, there are, how do I say this? There are tendrils of other things going on that once revealed, realize that at this moment we need to take down the masked Minotaur, but it also revealed that there's other insidious things going on. So an example,
hidden victims.
Yes. So it could be in political thrillers. Usually it's a conspiracy that goes even deeper, and the main character
all the way to the top.
Right. And they're like, well, great, I'll take out this person now. This is who I have in my sights, and then move on to the next. It could be a vampire lord has dominated the people in the city, and then come to find out that there's a vampire council that's been overseeing this city and plenty of others. And the hero's like, I'm going to liberate this city, and then at the end of this, we're going to move on and liberate the other cities, going from our labyrinth maybe into a journey, right?
Yeah.
It may turn from one to another, where the power of the Minotaur may have either corrupted others so maybe the Minotaur doesn't have control of their corruption, but has corrupted other individuals who then tell the different story, which is how we have police procedurals. Or sometimes there's novels where you have a main character or a detective that moves from one story to the next, and you realize someone took advantage has been, siphoning money off of our master Minotaur, and they themselves had started their own little criminal league or whatever. Or the police chief that was working against the player character. Our main character, our protagonist, is, seedy and kind of corrupt, but then after taking down the master Minotaur, they are promoted and they are given even more power, even though they've been on the take. And now our character, when we next see them, it's like, well, now what do I do? Do I stay on the force and work under a person I know is completely corrupt, or do I, and so on and so forth. So,
sometimes you kill the kingpin and someone fills the vacuum. They come in and step in and become the new kingpin. I think LA Confidential had that, where the police captain was the one who came in and became the new kingpin. Yeah. I think Batman even does that. I think they said this guy took over Falcone's crime ring when Falcone went down. So you're right. You can actually perpetuate it. And that's why I like to call these archetypal designs, because they can come in, if you're, especially in role playing, where things are very randomized and improvised, and you're kind of flying by the seat of your pants. Maybe Home is Battleground comes up. Maybe that leads to something where you leave the native culture. Like like you said, you can mix and match these. And sometimes I'll study a story and I'll see a little bit of the hero's journey. And sometimes I'm like, oh, that's a hero's journey trope. But this is a heroine's labyrinth trope. Like with Star Wars, it's a hero's journey story, but the opening has 3 or 4 in a row heroine's labyrinth tropes with Princess Leia.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And yes, chat, I'm agreeing with you. And there is this term. Okay, so I'm not quite diverging this, but there's an argument sometimes people make where they say like, um, because I'm pointing out the horrible things person A is doing, person B must be very good. And that's not, that argument doesn't work, right? Just a criminal can point out other criminals, right? And
Yeah.
they're corrupt. That doesn't make your guy good.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
And that's across the board. You talk about politicians and things like that. And it's possible to see these threads in a story like this where our main character unmasks the Minotaur and we have another person who's just as corrupt pointing like, yeah, I'm on your side, I think, right? because they don't want to get caught they don't want to get burned by the sacred fire, right? They realize like, if I push my hand a little too far, and of course in many television shows we see these characters constantly complicating the lives of our main characters because they're bad news. They may not be criminal, but they're always bad news. They're always trying to assert like the control, the rising and falling of our main character's life, and we hate that person, but they somehow aren't. They either at the very last minute side with our main character, or they step aside and get out of the way of our main character, or may lend. They might even be move around your spiral. Like they could be a chamber guardian. They could be Beast's allies every once in a while, stepping in and out of these roles. And then we can continue our story with this character influencing other events. And then maybe one day they do become the actual Master Minotaur, and then they themselves are taken down. I would say the Godfather series kind of does this a little bit, where we're rooting for our main family and the characters in it and Michael. But then after a while, we see how dark the character goes, and we go, I don't know if we're rooting for you any longer.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Breaking Bad is another one where
you're like, this guy's awesome. And then you're like, oof, I don't know about that.
right. And then we're watching for their downfall, which is another thing. But yeah, I could see the unmasking, not only letting everyone know that this character is bad, but it could literally reset the chessboard for this character when they get into their atonement and permutation act. That the chessboard is reset, and if it's a one and done story, I'm not suggesting this happen at all. But in a longer running story where we have a main character go through different events, this could be the thing that leads other characters to go, oh no, now I'm exposed as well, or it could be something our main character never sees, but it's a prologue. I mean, it's an epilogue where we go, oh, these no wonder these other people were acting strange, and they left little clues. Maybe this is another story that's going to happen with another set of characters, and then we roll right back into the story. But your moment as home as battleground also made me think of this idea, because some of these revelations in the battle that happens, we tend to have the characters that are closest to our heroine be there or arrive or understand what's going on. They might be taken out of the fight in action, but they're aware of what's going on. The lawyer or judge or something that's like, all right, detective, if you get more evidence, I'm on your side, but I really can't help you right now. And they may even say, you better watch yourself, because crime lord Joe or something is going after you, you better watch your family, right? And then we have the home as battleground moment, and then later on we may have some, you know, conflict or resolution with our lawyer that was like, I know I was the DA and I should have prosecuted him, but I didn't, and blah blah blah, right?
Well, but it's also home as battleground. It's our weak point, right? You know, if you're gonna, like, you're talking about criminal organizations, you know, you go after their family. You know, that's one way to keep them in line. So home as battleground. You know, you live there. You know, you have all this conflict, but you live in this space. So the mass minotaur coming into that space to say enough, I'll burn the whole thing down to hold on to my power.
Yeah.
That's dangerous. And that reveals, in fact, home as battleground is what really alerts everybody to the fact that this is too dangerous. This guy's too dangerous. The Minotaur is too dangerous. As long as the heroine can survive. There's some cases where the heroine doesn't defeat the Minotaur. She absorbs the Minotaur's effort to just destroy her. And by doing that, the whatever moral authority the Minotaur had is destroyed. It's gone forever. Even his followers now turn against him, because who would do that? You know, who would possibly be that barbaric as to burn down the house or to attack the heroine so viciously?
Dan Simmons is a writer. He did a 4-part book called Hyperion, Hyperion and Hyperion Falls, and then Endymion and Endymion Rising. And
that sounds familiar, actually.
Yeah, Hyperion. And in the first book is like a 2-part book, and the second book is a 2-part book. The first book, Hyperion, and Hyperion Falls, I believe, is the name of the series, name of the book. And it's literally split in two. Just one book, but it's split in two. There is a character in Endymion, and it's very biblical. Okay, it's high tech, it's far future storyline, and yeah, Drew. Oh, brilliant series. It still holds up today, and I think it was written in the 90s.
Oh wow!
Some feel like this book series can never be filmed, but it is very. It is written in a very classical sense, meaning like it has a very mythological sense to it, very high tech. Well, in the
man, I got to
book,
read this.
Yes, in the second book, there is a young lady, and she is captured by an empire that has turned evil. Evil has seeped into the Catholic Church, which has overrun the galaxy. It is like a theocracy. And in it, she is like this blend of like human being, but she has a connection to machines. And she ends up connecting to the machine intelligence, which is connected to all of humanity in the galaxy. They basically have the internet in their heads. She ends up, yes, Quinn's Views. Quinn has an excellent YouTube channel that goes into the Hyperion series. Excellent.
I'll have to check that out.
And the young lady, this is talking about Homer's battleground, and the how the heroine sometimes doesn't fight back, but she wins.
Yes.
She ends up getting tortured. She allows herself to be tortured by the head of this theocratic, manipulated Catholic style church, and the galaxy feels it, exposing their evil to the galaxy.
There you go. That's awesome.
And our main hero is like basically trapped and screaming like he knows this. He knows it's going to happen to her. He doesn't want to, and it's end up revealed in the story that she knows the future and that this is going to happen to her, and she willingly gives herself into this. And it's when I read, and I'm recalling it now. When I started reading this, it was one of the most. It was an emotional series because you often hear of Quinn's Ideas. Yes, that's the name of the channel. In this, you often think about our heroes fighting and being battle and taking down enemies. Yes. And here's a character who's like, you know what? I know this is going to happen to me, and I'm going to give myself to this, and it's going to be horrible. It's going to hurt me. It was a very sacrificing. It was a very Jesus moment for this character in this far
Wow.
future realm. It was done expertly well, and
Wow.
it made me think about how a heroine can fight the masked minotaur, which was the Catholic Church. It had a different name, but it was Catholic Church aside. It was a
Right.
theocracy, right? And how she fights them off by being able to get to the highest echelons and then just giving up.
So
And
yeah, that's a
like,
thing where she becomes her ability to endure whatever punishment the masked minotaur doles out becomes the abyss in which the masked minotaur falls into. Um, in by the way, in the novel I wrote, which is a historical fiction novel, I took a real historical event where the future Byzantine empress is maltreated and kicked out of this governor's mansion. I originally wrote the book where she fought, where she stabs the guy. Like I took it all out, and I had her just take the beating. And I know that might not sound great, but symbolically, she stood up to this guy. He tries to physically assault her, and when she gets up and stands her ground again, he tries to beat her again, and she keeps getting up. And everyone turns against the governor at this point because his standing is collapsing,
yeah,
even while he
yeah,
thinks he's enforcing against her. So what you just said in that Hyperion series sounds amazing. If she's cyclically linked and everyone feels her pain, that's
yeah,
pretty intense, man.
yeah.
But it's an example of, and by the way, you know where I got the idea from? Luke Skywalker. He throws away his lightsaber and the Emperor just electrocutes him.
Yeah.
So it's funny that I was able to take what I thought was a Luke Skywalker trope, add it to a Byzantine empress, before she was an empress, and it works amazing. And you just told me this epically scaled version of this. That is amazing, man.
Yeah, and it's in this world they used to have something called farcasters, which were basically it was a doorway. It was a portal. You could just technological ring, and you key in which planet you want to go to, and you literally took one step and you were in the other planet. And some people were so rich they had homes where every room was on a different world. Each doorway was a farcaster,
Oh
and
my God, that's cool.
yeah. It was silly because one person was so rich he had his bathroom was on another planet, and it was like
That's awesome, though.
this landscape that was a wasteland and stuff. And in the story there was this place called the Eternal River, and it was a river that flowed from planet to planet through these giant
Oh, dude,
forecasters,
great
and it was an
creativity.
eternal river you could sail down, and people would get on small boats and sail slowly through this river that would go from planet to planet to planet across the
Wow,
spiral galaxy and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty
that's
weird.
amazing.
Yeah, it's a very good series. Listening to it would be great, an audiobook or something. These pilgrims, they basically, the first series is they have to assemble these pilgrims to go to this planet Hyperion, and then the first part of Hyperion is they were chosen, but they don't know why. And you hear the background of every one of the pilgrims. There's like 8 or 9
Oh,
of them,
wow.
and each of the pilgrims tells their very strange, bizarre background as to why they are on this journey to go to Hyperion to
It's
stop
almost
some.
like Canterbury Tales.
It's very much that. It's very much,
Wow.
yeah. And one member, they somehow realize that one of their members is a turncoat, and
Mm,
they don't know who. And you have to read each of the stories to get a clue as to who do you think would turn against
mm.
everyone else. And it's very
That's pretty
interwoven, and
cool.
yeah, it's very strange. So let's finish this off with the shield maiden moment, the broken spell, the atonement, and the permutation. So
Right. So what we described actually is a part of the Shield Maiden. It's an offshoot of the Shield Maiden, being able to withstand the violence and brutality of the animal tyrant masked minotaur. And sometimes that alone is enough to break the spell. But I want to say the Shield Maiden moment is kind of a spectacular thing. And it's amazing how often this recurs. But it's a moment in the story where the heroine physically interposes herself between the masked minotaur and usually a person, the fragile power in some cases, but a defenseless person behind her. And what's different between heroes on the journey and heroines is not only is the battleground in a home setting, the person they're defending shares the battlefield with them, typically just a few feet away. So she has this other individual right there that she's defending. And she's not self-sacrificing. The logic of the Shield Maiden is, I call it super rational. It's not rational. To put yourself in front of a queen alien, that's not a rational move. But she does it anyway. And the heroine does this a lot. She jumps in front and she intends to survive. If the heroine is killed, then the person she's defending will also be killed. So the heroine is drawing a red line in the sand and say, you are not going a step further. And this seems to have a shocking effect on the masked minotaur, who is never confronted, not like this, and certainly not by someone who is smaller than them. It's like David and Goliath almost. So the masked minotaur, it's usually a shock. It's a shock to see someone so decisive. And it's so heroic. Obviously, aliens, the Ripley Newt is out there. She's undefended. The queen alien goes after her, and Ripley comes out on this loader and delivers one of the most epic lines in film history and beats. She fights the queen alien right then and there. Sarah Connor, the T-1000 walks up. John Connor's right behind her. She just empties the shotgun. She's right on the verge of killing it before the Terminator comes in and fires the final shot. But that's a Shield Maiden moment. Even in the movie like Frozen, which I only saw once recently to study, the end scene, the masked minotaur is trying to kill one of the sisters, and the other sister turns herself into an unbreakable block of ice right in front and stops and shatters the sword and prevents this from happening. It's a pretty awesome thing that heroines do, and it's a type of heroine. It's a type of heroic moment that's pretty prevalent in heroines. Whereas heroes, and this isn't trying to, I'm generalizing. Right. Heroes tend to have open combat, one-on-one, which is also super heroic. Don't get me wrong, but this strange ability to leap into a almost unconscious decision to stop the masked minotaur's advance by this line here is a spectacular thing to see when a heroine steps up and does it, and I love it.
I would say that for the more masculine heroine stories, I think we often see our main character physically impose themselves, but they are then injured and somehow are debilitated or something in their ability to fight back traditionally. So
I have a perfect example.
Okay, go ahead.
Spider-Man No Way Home. The new Spider-Man is about to kill the Green Goblin and betray his morals. And Tobey Maguire steps in front. And to your point, the Green Goblin stabs him in the back and debilitates him. And what's even more interesting is that Shield Maiden moment takes place on that giant bronze Captain America shield that was on the Statue of Liberty. So it's very symbolic. It was pretty cool. I was like, oh my God, that's a total Shield Maiden moment.
Yep.
In Ex Machina, there's the mute android, the Japanese one. And she gets in front of her and the guy starts beating her, Nathan. And literally her arms are beat to stumps. She doesn't care. She takes the hit. And that's clearly a labyrinth-like place that she's in as well, that she must escape. But it's very interesting to see Entangled. Rapunzel does it for Flynn, who's the man. Sarah Connor does it for Reese. She gets in front of Reese in the first Terminator film. So heroines in this, there's something that happens where they say this is the final step, and they just throw themselves into the into the fight, and they win a lot of those fights.
And
They will lose some. Remember in Conan, the opening scene in Conan, the mother, he delivers what would be a poison apple. He hypnotizes her, disables her ability to fight back. She's in an altered state, and then he lops off her head. But she's a failed shield maiden, but she did make the attempt.
I think a slight permutation of this, again, this is more towards a visual medium, would be our protagonist understands that what they're about to do is going to severely harm themselves. So they would drive a car into a building, or grab something that they know is going to electrocute themselves, or leap from a distance, or from a height or something that they know when they land they're going to be severely injured, or like to distract, dissuade, draw aside, or like an example. I have to try to come up with an example. Detective saves kidnapped young lady, and he opens up the door to the speeding car and tells her jump, but he's in the car locked with our villain or something, and then they slam into a pole or go off a cliff or something. Where our hero, it's a visual way for us to show that our hero is sacrificing themselves in a non-expertly martial way, right?
Yes.
Well said. I guess that would be the way I would describe it. Like, it would be non-martial. They know they're going to get shot. They know that this injury is something that they can't dodge aside or martially block or shoot with a gun, or what have you. Now, oftentimes they survive it, or it gives the opportunity for maybe some of the beast as ally, or the fragile character to step in, even if temporary, to take over a little bit the fight, or to drag them away, or to convince everyone else during the unmasking, like, hey, everyone needs to stop. Our hero is correct, doubling down on that effect or something like that.
Well, in Return of the King, Lady Éowyn has the ultimate shield maiden moment. Her king is down. He's injured. The horse is on him, and the Witch King of Angmar is literally advancing on him. She jumps in front, and like you said, she's not going to beat this guy. She doesn't have the skill level to beat this Nazgul leader. I mean, he knocks her out. He in the story, in the book, it's very clear that he disables her, like her arm is paralyzed.
Yeah.
And it's Mary, the fragile power, that stabs him in the back of the leg. And I am no man. And she gets him right in the helmet. It's a great moment. But there's another Shield Maiden moment, even though the story itself is a hero's journey with other characters.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Éowyn somehow finds her moment in all of this, and home is battleground. So I guess she's not on her total. She's not from Gondor, but she definitely has a Shield Maiden moment for her king.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's an amazing moment in the book, but it's absolutely amazing when you get to see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So good. I had a little crush on Miranda Otto. I thought she was pretty cute.
I know there's some, I don't know, there's some pansy dudes out today. They can't complain about it because this was written long ago, where she, the line that I am no man, is like, no man can defeat me and stuff, but it's so iconic. You can't.
That's a great line, man. I don't know how you could not like that.
Yeah, exactly. So the broken spell and atonement part of the end of this third act.
Right. So the broken spell is the moment where the central deception is over. She's unmasked the Minotaur. The Minotaur attacks the home, or the home environment, and sets it ablaze in a sense. And by doing so has revealed the extent to which this person has been corrupted and is immoral. Everyone sees this now. Hopefully. If the Minotaur is defeated, then the central deception is over. And the central deception is always that the Minotaur was actually good. That can no longer be believed. It's impossible to believe that. So the truth emerges. The Minotaur is bad. The Minotaur is evil. Now that that's there, a spell breaks. And I just define the broken spell in a classic sense as the rapid rearrangement of the culture from darkness to light. You see this imagery all the time. Even in Silence of the Lambs, she shoots Buffalo Bill, he falls over, and something knocks the window and light pours in. And, there's butterflies twirling. So darkness, Moana has a huge broken spell where after Te Ka is restored to Te Fiti, this green life-bearing swirl retakes the islands, and life and creation come pouring back into the world. So because the Minotaur is defeated, because the illusion, the core illusion is broken, light, life, and goodness can come back into the world. And when it's done in a classic sense, it's rapid. It happens like magic.
There's a very good movie with I was about to say Mel Gibson. Die Hard movies. Not McClane. Oh wow. What is this? Wow, my brain just. No. The movie's called 16 Blocks.
I've heard of that.
And in it, it starts out with a down and out drunk police officer detective that has to take a prisoner to jail, and come to find out that there are other police officers trying to murder this individual in the back of his police cruiser.
Oh,
and he's got to
cool
get
premise.
from one place 16 blocks to the courthouse to deliver this person to testify.
I like that
and
premise.
It's all of, and it begins with they basically tell him, hey, you got to take this guy to court. And instead of going to court, he stops and goes gets himself some alcohol. And the guy in the back of the car is like, dude, it is a rap artist, Most Def. And he's like, dude, what are you doing? Stopping here. I got to get to court, man. I don't want to do this. And he's just like, what? You can wait. Who cares? And then gunshots ring out. And it is this whole thing. And at the end of the story, our protagonist, this police officer, he's the lowest of the low. Essentially, I mean, he's been beat up and shot. The SWAT's after him and everything, and he basically sacrifices himself, or nearly sacrifices himself, to get this guy to get to court to be protected by federal officials, so that he can the broken spell I see was the moment when the police officer walks into the courthouse and exposes himself, because basically you find out at the end of the movie that this police officer is just as guilty as all of the other police officers he was testifying against. The guy that was going to testify didn't know, but he was going to put him in jail and everybody else. And he gives himself up basically and collapses and whatnot, and they drag him in. And then, so the federal officials realize, wow, this goes very deep. And it basically opens up, it breaks the spell that these officers had to do anything. Up to the very last minute till he gets in the courthouse and finagles a way to get inside. And it makes me think about that moment where he walks in and then collapses, and the whole time you're on the edge of your seat, like, is he going to make it? I don't think he's going to make it. Is he going to make, and the other, corrupt cops are like sitting there, they want to put a bullet in his head, but they can't do it in the courthouse.
Right. You can't do it where everyone can see.
With all the important witnesses there, not just citizens, but like literal federal judges and FBI and things like that. And it was a good movie, but wow. Yeah. It was
their eyes were watching. God had a similar broken spell. She's in court because she had to shoot Tea Cake, who, he got rabies, so he changes, and everyone thinks she's guilty. And then there's a moment where there's a few character witnesses, and the spell breaks, and they all kind of accept her back in the community, but they were not on her side in the beginning when they thought she was a murderer, but she wasn't. So the courtrooms have that moment, I think, a lot. Now that you say that, I should almost mention that in the book. There's a lot of moments in courtroom dramas where, after all this back and forth, all the deception, all the BS, all the lies, all the games and scandals, someone says something, God, damn right I gave the order, like in A Few Good Men.
Yep.
The mask is off. The spell is broken. You're going to jail, buddy.
Yeah.
You're right. Actually, courtrooms have broken spell moments very consistently.
Yeah.
But the broken spell is the idea that society is restored to the way it's supposed to function.
Okay.
Not the corrupted version that the masked Minotaur had kind of subsumed for his own purposes, and convinced people that he was in fact good. Yeah, you can't handle the truth. There you go.
There's a couple of lines after that I think are just as good that you can't play them on the air. I'll rip off your head and piss in your desk.
Yeah. But that's good. That's the writer or the screenwriter in this case. Now that they know that the Minotaur is unmasked, they're like, now it's time to show this guy's full range. What does he look like as the beast? We've only seen him disguised. So he starts coming at him with some pretty heavy duty language.
Yep. If I may talk about the atonement and permutation, about the few good men.
Yes.
Tom Cruise's character at the very end of the movie, he during the entire movie, he's a naval officer and he's being disrespected by the Marines. All of the Marines look at him like, like, not only are you Navy, but you're arrogant, you're young, you don't know what whatever, right? And at the very end, one of the two Marines that go to jail or whatever the military court, they get convicted.
The tribunal.
During the tribunal, and the two, they're not privates, but they're low rank. They end up standing up and they salute him and say "officer on deck" or something like that.
Oh yeah, great moment.
And he doesn't, and Tom Cruise's character, who's learned through this process, doesn't respond with a snarky comment. He he salutes back and he thanks them and whatnot. And so I see the end of this, the heroine's labyrinth as the atonement of, like, maybe in the beginning there was a huge rebellion streak, constantly like friction against the society. But once the spell is broken and the society fixes itself, that they then go, okay, I'm sorry for what now I can apologize, I can take a deep breath, and I can recoup. And maybe I shouldn't have thrown the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe there are some good things, or I haven't seen the good from the rebellious, broken truce streak that the character was going through.
Well, so you're right on it. The remember the three claims to the sacred fire. Mm-hmm. There was the Minotaur's claim on the heroine. There was the native culture's claim. Native culture wants the heroine to be this one thing. In terms of A Few Good Men, the native culture, which is represented by the military culture in this case, they wanted him not to be after their own guys, right? They were like, you're kind of a turncoat. Why are you attacking us? We're the good guys. We're on your team and you're the turncoat. So that's the native culture's claim to Tom Cruise's character. I forget his name. Forget his name, but the atonement is the final reconciliation of those three claims. So you're exactly right. Suddenly the spell is broken, and the native culture who wanted in this case, the hero to be this one way, they see that his sacred fire, he stuck to his guns. He wanted the truth. That was his sacred fire. They see how this played out. The spell is broken, and it's the native culture conceding, you were right. Your claim to your sacred fire is what we all needed. We were wrong. We thought you should have done something else, which the hero in this case couldn't do because his sacred fire was the truth. So the atonement is where the heroine or hero faces either the masked Minotaur who has surrendered or reformed or is destroyed, or where the heroine faces the native culture that has now recognized the significance of their sacred fire and their individuation and their free will and the course they set for themselves. And the native culture backs down and gives, I call it validation. In hero stories, it's typically evidence of worthiness. Heroes hate being expendable. They don't like that idea. And here they've proven themselves to be valuable. And so they are now worthy of a medal, sometimes worthy of a bride, of a relationship. Heroines don't seem to want medals as much from what I've studied, but they do seem to place a premium on validation, being recognized. We said something wasn't true and you were right. We were wrong. So that validation, in fact, you just said a great example. That salute, that's a moment of validation where he is validated by the native culture who had been hostile to him. Now he's being validated. That's all the hero, in these situations, that's all they need. They were right. And they just they want to hear that they know that others know that they were right.
Yeah, he doesn't get a promotion. I don't think, no, the only thing he gets, he gets a, thanks for your service, and everyone leaves the courtroom, and then he gets the salute, which, like you said, it validates what his desire to achieve the truth. And of course, in the beginning of the movie, he doesn't even want that. They literally brought him along because he's the guy who solves everything by playing baseball in a batting net arena or something, and talks it out and stuff. And he ends up getting, he's convinced that, oh wow, they only wanted me to make this go away real quick. And then he's convinced that you need to capture your sacred fire, and then he starts to use it because everybody else wants to abuse his use. Well,
exactly. That's the whole tension with the sacred fire. When the native culture claims you and says you are for this, and the hero or heroine says, no, I know I'm for this other thing. They split, and the native culture is very unforgiving to the heroine, or in this case, in A Few Good Men, the hero. But once the spell is broken, once the spell breaks, the native culture can see what the hero's goal was all the time, or what the heroine set out to do. And there is usually a reconciliation process in the atonement, where the native culture validates and recognizes the heroine or hero for what they did. And that's really it. And sometimes it's really quiet. Their eyes were watching God. There wasn't really any other special validation. But she did not have to live in a world where she was accused of killing the man she loved. So that was all she needed. And by the way, in that story, the heroine's sacred fire is symbolized in her hair. She refers to her hair multiple times, and I was like, wow, just like Entangled, the hair was the sacred fire symbol for the heroine, which is an awesome one. So
okay, I've held you for a very long time, so here we're going to get into permutation, and then I kind of want to ask you and maybe other people to chew on something for the summary. But so permutation at the end of Act 3, we
don't have to get into it, actually. So I just took the core goal of, so like you see where it says Act 2 exploration.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the basic concept of Act 2. And I modeled that after the hero's journey. The hero's journey had 3 levels. So Act 1 is orientation, where the heroine orients herself to the labyrinth, to the demands of the native culture, to the rules of the game. So Act 1 is a process of orientation. Act 2 is a process of exploration. She is now going in deep to the native culture. She's getting into the rooms where things collect. She's getting behind the curtains. She's seeing the secrets. She's exploring this labyrinth. And Act 3 is defined by permutation, the eventual rearrangement of the native culture, which she has affected. She's done something to change the native culture. I think you noticed on my website, Tradition Breaker.
Yes.
I took that out as an archetype, and I decided that really Act 3 is defined by that concept. That's what I mean by permutation or rearrangement. The native culture is rearranged back to the way it's supposed to be through the actions and convictions of the heroine who claimed her sacred fire and followed through. Moana wanted to be an explorer. The atonement for Moana, the native culture, remember, they were like, we don't ever leave the island. We stay. It's reconciled because she discovers in one of her chambers of knowledge these boats, these hidden boats. And she discovers that and by the way, the sacred in that scene, torches light up like sacred fire. That is her sacred fire. She wants to be an explorer. Lo and behold, her native culture used to be explorers. So the atonement is the native culture saying, we will now return to our roots. We will be an exploring culture again, which is exactly what Moana wanted. That was what her sacred fire was to be an explorer. So it's that sort of reconciliation. The permutation has taken place. The native culture has changed in some way, really small or really big. The heroine has changed the native culture for the better, since she's a heroine, not a villain.
That's awesome. So on the role-playing gamist side, tabletop role-playing games, I see this. I like the hero's journey is very much a journey outward, a physical exploration. We're going to go through mountain valleys and deserts and swamps and fight beasts and things of that nature. That the labyrinth, it can be almost a I don't want to say personal story, but um, a story of legacy and such that I think players would appreciate it because there seems to be a close tie with a local culture or family or a faction or an order that the characters belong to.
Yes.
And these are the kind of stories that can be told, especially if the players have influenced a community and then a story is told where it's important for them to how I say to clear the corruption. I mean, corruption isn't right, but to shift the community back to the way maybe they should have been or want to be and are afraid to do so. Or the players travel, they go in their hero's journey, and when they return, they go in their heroine's labyrinth by returning home and finding out home isn't exactly how it used to be. And
Totally.
and so, yeah, I think a role play thing. And not only that, but um, I've mentioned this on my channel before about how many mythological adversaries and monsters, the physical ones tend to be male. Minotaurs, giants, dragons,
Yes.
the dangerous, the violent, physically violent ones tend to be masculine and male, and the deceptive, carousing, seductive, hidden shape changers. Many of them tend to be uh, female aligned,
Interesting.
and
Yeah, interesting.
and so and I don't mean that one has to be one or the other,
Right.
but I'm saying
Generally
like
speaking.
a lot of those adversaries, those adversaries that are the shape changers and the ones that are very charismatic. They are social paragons.
Yes.
Um, this is a way to tell those stories with adventurers, the witch hunters, the
Oh yeah.
spycraft, the doppelgangers, the the body snatching stories,
Yeah.
the cyberpunk, the corporate entities, the vampire lords and wizards that control a region, but the population has either been dominated or they don't know they're being controlled or they're fearful of being of changing the way things are, or the way things are is what led to the opening of this hidden evil that the player characters see right away.
Right.
Listen, we got to get rid of, we're the, we're the Inquisition. We're here to, take out the witches. You guys have let witches into your community. And the community says, no, we haven't. And like I said, I don't have any evidence of this thing happening. But when White Wolf Games produced their very first game, Vampire the Masquerade, and of course they came out with other games, Werewolf, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Wraith the Oblivion, Mage the Ascension, and other games. And then they had a meta story that went through it where they actually ended their own game line and then brought it back. Vampire the Requiem. I can't
Oh
remember the
yeah, I
other.
remember that.
Yeah. So during that period of time, a whole brand new flood of people flooded into the role playing game
Yes.
industry. And these were, I mean, unfortunately, they were classified as the emos, the goths, and
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah.
But it did bring about people who wanted different story types.
Yeah.
And this story foundation, this framework fits far more into vampire stories than those vampire stories than the hero's journey. As a
Totally.
matter of fact, they actually point out that vampires have a hard time traveling long distances. So
Yeah.
they tend to become very territorial. And so you have this multiple layer, I imagine multiple layers of spiraling individuals and factions all vying for control. And the player characters themselves see the masked minotaur in various forms and have to decide how they're going to interact
Oh
with
yeah.
which one's the most important, and if I try to expose one, will others become a complication? And
Yeah. Shifting allegiances.
yeah, and very much, I mean, this was it um heck, there's a whole thing about how vampires are not supposed to drain each other of blood, and that's their sacred fire, because if
Oh
you
yeah.
do so you gain this great power, but it's like vampiric cannibalism, kind of.
Cannibalism in a way. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's plenty of like use and abuse of like mortal beings. There are people known as ghouls that are like it's crazy, but it's very much, this story also is very social. It lends itself to social
Interactions. Yeah.
interactions and such. So yeah, like I was mentioning the Black Panther movie, how I felt like this fell into the Black Panther movie. This concept, it doesn't mean that it doesn't lend itself to action. We see now, we do see bad writing and bad depictions of things, but
Yeah.
I still think it's important. Yep, yep, yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Things
Like I
Bacon
said,
mentioned.
what's that?
I'm going to pronounce it Diablerie, although I've heard it pronounced Diablerie,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Diablerie. Anyway, there's a bunch of different words and things like whether is it the Zemis or Zemisay or anyway.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm with you.
Camaria,
It's funny when you've been
Campella.
pronouncing something one way like your whole life, and then someone's like, that's not how you say it." And you're like, "Oh man,
I know, except for the fact that all words are made up, and there's no right or wrong pronunciation. It's all consensus. So yeah,
yeah."
it's
I think you're exactly right about that. It's what the consensus says is what the way you're supposed to pronounce it, I guess.
right, right. Yeah, because once consensus changes, then everyone's going to go, no, it's the other way.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
why I
fun.
laugh about like putting the improper emphasis on the incorrect syllable. Yeah, yeah. So
Woo.
anyway, yeah, they're in there like, yeah. The chat. I'm surprised you guys are still here. I've kept you. Okay, sir.
Oh
I
yeah.
thank you for honoring me with your presence.
Oh,
Um,
listen. I really appreciate you. Heath passed on that video, and I was like, "Oh man, I really appreciate this gentleman." I didn't know who you were. I was like, "Man, he's really digging into this and really understanding it and trying to find usefulness for it." And what I care about the most is that it's useful, whether it's to a writer or a memoirist or, in fact, you've got me thinking, and Heath as well, that there's some utility in this for role playing. And
yeah.
it's a natural fit for me because I actually like role playing a lot. And I think it helped define a lot of what my sense of like fun and good storytelling is and what I want to see and all of those things. So I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you bringing me on the channel and letting me go on and on about it. Excuse me. Woo. Got like shortness of breath, but I really appreciate it. I really do.
You're very welcome. I'm in my own corner of the YouTubosphere, simply by virtue of going live at 6 a.m. in the morning means that I'm going to have a pretty limited viewership. I mean, that's just the thing.
That's
But
tough.
but real what actually happens is, and don't tell the chat this, but what happens is they bring their A game that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's this way. But anyway,
Oh, okay.
so they bring their A game, and what happens? Usually, it goes one of two ways. They get super sarcastic and start making fun, and what happens is comedy always has threads of truth in it.
Oh
And
yeah,
so that's where some of the brilliance comes from. And then on the other hand, on the other side of that, they'll come up with great ideas and then I make fun. And then we just go back and forth because
that's
usually,
awesome.
and then really, so I shifted the channel. So right now it's just basically the day of, and then we just pick a prompt and we just go from that. Well, we did the day of devils, day of coins, day of ravens,
And you just
uh,
run with it.
just run and just take one thing and just go. We just run whatever comes to mind, good, bad, different, creative. We just run with it and make it for tabletop role-playing games.
Yeah,
And also it's, listen, I'm sure there's people, we world builders in role-playing games, we're basically armchair writers. That's what we
yeah,
are,
it's true.
and so there's a lot of storytelling. That's why I love movies and television. I love the storytelling and the patterns that it makes, and then using those to to go. Oh, I know why my mind is going here because there is a pattern. The monomyth, right? The hero's journey is a pattern, and this has become a pattern in my head. And so I said, let me take that apart. Let me see what's going on with
That's
this.
awesome.
So I'm glad we were able to get this connection to make kind of a circle, and I'm glad I could promote you. So and promote what you're doing. Anybody who's here this long, it's almost 4 hours, which
Man, yeah, you guys are champs.
that's yeah, and that's incredibly too long for me to have taken your valuable time. So rest assured, I will let people know about what you're doing and how you're doing it, and you're always welcome back. And anyone else who's loves that, so
Yeah,
who wants to be part of the show.
I'll want to say hi. My mom was actually in the chat, so I'll say hi,
Oh,
Mom.
okay.
And
Sorry.
also James Bacon, I wanted to say hi to. He's on Heath's channel a lot, so he came over and listened. And um, uh, James has some thoughts on the Heroine's Labyrinth, and we were going to have a discussion on it. He asked a question earlier. James, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of other stuff. This is the best source of it right now. In fact, what we just talked about on DBJ's channel here, RPG with DBJ, was probably the most up-to-date, in-depth analysis of it outside the book. Now, I am going to revamp the website eventually, and I'll have all the new stuff on there. I've already got someone hired to do it. But yeah, this is the oldest version of it. This is the one, kind of a rudimentary effort to put this together coherently. And since then, I've written the book, revised the book. I've gone through many levels of revisions with professionals to try to get this thing at the highest level. But yeah, James, if you watch this video, it's a pretty good discussion. DBJ ties it into role playing, which I'm realizing more and more is a natural home for anything archetypal. It comes from your imagination, and that's what role playing is. So anyway, that's where it is. And also, James, if you want, I can email you, and maybe you can ask me some questions up front before we talk. So yeah, RPG, man, I'm telling you, there's a home for it because it is kind of like you said, DBJ. It's off the cuff storytelling. You say it's armchair quarterback or armchair writing. I would actually say it's improvisational writing. Not armchair. It's very active. There's a certain pressure on you when you're role playing, especially if you're the game control. You got to react to everything legitimately, else your crew will turn against you.
well, yeah, and there does come to a point where the idea of characters traveling, they find a dungeon, they go into the dungeon, they kill things and take stuff and come back out gets kind of old. And the classic big bad at the end of the adventure, and you have to do battle with it, physical battle with it. At some point, we have to tell different stories.
Yeah.
And any tool that allows me to tell a different story, I love. Anything that modifies that, changes it, gives me a new dynamic way of navigating a story,
Yeah.
I absolutely love. And this really hit something to me because I'm a letter carrier. So during the day, I'm delivering mail and I'm in my head all the time. I listen to tons.
I was just going to guess that.
Yeah, I just listen to podcasts and things. I'm unable to respond like on social media because I can't just stop and keep typing. I got to keep moving, but I can listen to things and listening to the conversation that you had with Heath over multiple sessions about this, and just recently you were talking with him about Star
Yeah.
Wars and the Matrix, and I love that. So it's very much for me. I'm a consummate person who likes to learn. I'm 53 years old and
Me too.
I'm still young. I don't know anything yet, and so I consider
That's
myself a
awesome.
student. And I want to. Anytime someone has a great idea, I want to sit down there and I listen to it and I decipher it and I try to. I'm a person who falls positive anyway, so I don't tend to latch onto negativity. I don't want my
Right.
channel to be negative. I don't put out there's some channels that are fueled by negativity.
Oh yeah, totally.
Hating on the latest thing, and I feel like it's a waste of my time. Like I don't have time to do a thing I don't like to do. Why
Yeah.
watch it or engage in something I don't like for an hour and a half? I would rather love on something that brings me joy,
Yeah.
and so by this framework to me is like, oh, it hits the sweet spot. Now I know you're going to get pushback because
Yeah.
is this a reskinned hero's journey? Is this something else? And my opinion to that is I fall in the category of I really don't care, in the sense of if this made me think differently, then its value has already been shown to me. And so I think that value should be shown to other people, right? If
Awesome.
for no other reason than to question what we think we know, then to go, oh man, is there a different way of doing this or thinking about this? And yeah, I've been running through my head so many movies. I'll talk about Black Panther, but there's so
It
many
is
other
fun. Yeah.
yeah, that just and especially the idea of the police procedural thing. I was like,
Hmm.
man, this is used in medical shows and detective shows, and
Well,
wow,
my goal at the beginning, because there was a million ways I could have approached this, and at first I thought I had to address like feminist literary criticism, and then I was like, you know what? My love, if you could probably see behind me, movies. I love the movies, so I was like, my love comes from great stories. So I was like, that's all I care about. So I don't mind pushback. In fact, pushback can be very helpful in helping me articulate what I'm trying to articulate. But at the end of the day, my goal was providing something useful. So if it's useful to you, then I've met my goal. I'm not doing this because I want to be famous or I'm not trying to say I'm a Joseph Campbell. I don't care about any of that. All I care about is providing something useful to people who have an imagination like me, who love stories, who like to make stories. Role players love making stories or being part of the story as a role-playing character or writers. So that's all I care about. As long as I'm meeting that goal, I'm happy. No matter what the pushback is, I'm happy there.
that's
So
cool. That's cool. Well, anyway, I've taken 4 hours of your time, so let me know if there's anything I can do for the people in the chat, for yourself. Um, you could tell I love movies. I've got movie standees
I
behind
love
me.
it, man.
Yeah, I've got the Namor's right here, and then there's like Black Panther and the Falcon
Yep.
back there, and then wrong way, and then over here we've got young Lando. Uh,
Yeah.
uh, Donald Glover, and then Aquaman in the back there. I wanted some fantasy ones, but they don't make them. And
Oh,
then I
really?
said, yeah, yeah. And then it dawned on me. I was like, how many people of color are made in standees? So I decided to find. They were actually very difficult to find, to be honest with you. But I plan on getting some more. They're pretty expensive, but
You
but
got to
I
build up to it.
yeah, and gotta get permission from my boss. So
Yeah,
my wife's like,
I
okay,
hear that.
that's enough.
Well, I'll tell you, I really enjoyed the conversation. I love talking to other people who are like us, who have an imagination and like to use it and want to apply it somewhere. And you said you deliver mail. It's funny because I do home inspection, so I drive from house. I'm spending all my time in between houses in my imagination and daydreaming too. So I see that you have found the job to fit what you need to do when you're imagining things.
Yeah, I know. I've probably forgotten more worlds than I've thousands of worlds, tens of thousands that I've probably just completely forgotten. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
Something will happen. I'll go, oh man, that squirrel reminds me of. And then at the end of the day, I just can't even, I don't
What
even
was that
remember.
thing? Yeah,
Yep.
you got to take all the notes. I'm so bad at it too, especially when I'm driving. But I'm just like you, man. I'm just in my head a lot when I'm on the road.
Yeah. Yep.
I do drift. I will
Yep.
drift once in a while.
Yep. So, guys, everybody in the chat, thank you for being here. I'm going to let you guys go. Thanks for checking it out. If anybody anywhere has ever gotten to the end of this, you might want to like share and subscribe and do all the call to action crap that you're supposed to do on the YouTubes. Do all that, but actually, all the details are down below. So,
Click
uh,
like.
uh, like, share, subscribe, and of course, check out Mr. Burton's links down below. Check that out. Go over to Heath's Geekverse, which is also a link there as well, and join in the conversation. Yep, absolutely, join the conversation. You guys take it easy. I'm going to say goodbye to all of you, and we're going to sign out now. So, guys, have a great one. We'll see
Yeah,
you
good
later.
night, guys. And it was great meeting everyone in the chat. You got a great group in there.
Yep. Yeah, ring that bell. Thank you very much. Anyway, guys, I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Good night, guys.